Alrighty. Greetings, VOD watchers. Oh, Jesus. Fearless. Hey, Nora. Okay. I was going to drop a little sneaky message for the peeps. I only really get it if they're either on first or if they're watching the VODs. You scared the pee-pee out of me there. Better update the board.
We have another contender. There is another. Fearless son.
We never did settle last month's three-way tie. You remember somehow we got to get Shaunerus, J-Post, and Ortrazini together for some kind of, I don't know. I'm thinking like some kind of weird Omega-thon or the most pointless video game throwdown of all time. Okay. But anyway, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in. Shaunerus, I was just talking about you. I should probably do my social media postings. Watto and welcome numbers, greetings. Hello, hello. Oh, wow. Yeah, no shit, Dinobot's on point today. I've been going for like a minute, if that. And Wraith, Alnus, Watto and welcome. Really, Watto and welcome. Oh, no! Relu. That's with Netrunner. You got Shadowrun. You got counter hit with the good eyes. We were talking about this the other day, and it's like the Longship is the kind of squad that would absolutely go hard on the most pointless of content. A contest to see who can push the button first, start developing this like fucking, 4D chess layers. I'm still terrified by how Bacon managed to, scream ahead of everyone.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
17. My subscription is now drinking vodka in a UK park.
It probably has been since 14, but let's not talk about that. Jamami, Watto and welcome. Back in my day, it was White Lightning or Scrumpy. Down by the play park. Sorry, Jamami, thank you for 17 months. And a fucking 3 as well. It's really cool of you. Thank you. How are you doing? It took me days to recover from Longship Day, and honestly, I don't know if I fully have, but I'm here. And Shaunerus, we can talk about the Triple I showcase tomorrow. I'm not going to be doing a co-stream of it because it's 10 o'clock in the morning, and I am very tired. I will try and give it a watch before we kick off, but I don't know. With the Triple I showcase, it's on them to prove value to us, and it's a coalition of a lot of powerful indies, but at the same time, it's the connective tissue. Like Cozy Direct has managed to sustain, right? We've also had the I've got to get the name correct because I don't want to be a complete bastard. There's been a few other groups that have got their stuff correct, and I'm desperately trying to remember them right now. Coffee, I need you to do your fucking job, mate. But, so if the Triple I thing tomorrow succeeds, we all win. If it doesn't succeed, then it'll be a very, very good learning moment for us, but it's not something to, snark along at, you know what I mean? Day of the Devs, Alnus, that's a very, very good example. Hey! Waves! Oh, you meant waves! Sorry, I was reading Ortrazini's Sea of Thieves stuff, and my brain went, wow! It's the sound the sea makes if you listen to it real good. Guyball, thank you, friend. 52 months! Watto and welcome. It's so weird, because in my head, Kymble, it was like you found the longship like late on in our path. But that's 52 months. That is a lot of months. Oh, and at a tier 2 as well. So, heckin' thank you, and I hope you're holding up alright. I think the sleeplessness has been striking several Longshipians left, right, and centre. However, the good thing about having a streamer on US time is, yo, I'm here. I've got some smooth jams. I've got an incredibly smooth game for you all today. Like, we're playing Botany Manor, an incredibly twee puzzle game where we tour British gardens and solve puzzles in a Myst meets, I don't know, gardening show kind of vibe. Because, alright, I know that Children of the Sun came out today. But one thing I was reading up about that is that it's very short, and I'm a little worried that playing through the Children of the Sun would essentially rob you all of the puzzle solving of it. So I was like, oh, what am I going to be doing? And I got sent a key for Botany Manor. I'm like, fuck yeah. Wolfcrad. I was about to make a joke about low-hanging fruit there and realised I was feeding into the whole jam jelly disaster. But Wolfcrad, Watto and welcome, friends! Down under dwarf, greetings! But yes, Children of the Light is out today. If you haven't seen that one, Devolver Digital made me a game just for me. You lot are allowed to buy it and play it on Steam. Like, you're allowed to. But they made it for me. Oh, why is Children of the Sun a game made for Will? I don't know. It's a weird indie art house style sniping puzzle game where you use a magic bullet to murder a cult. There's a dedicated button for taking your mask on and off that, to my knowledge, does nothing, but might be more. Well, only if it's a cult. It's not a cult, so you're fine. Wraith says, they really should stop making things for Will. It only encourages him. I know. Kyball, they don't live together. So they're not as good as us. If it had a grappling hook, then we'd know that it's not that they made it for me, it's that I'm time traveling again. But yeah, no, Children of the Sun looks absolutely fascinating. I think it's going to be worth your time. And it does have a sort of a neon white element to it where you can challenge your friends for like best shot, longest shot, quickest run, etc. Like, now, it is rough around the edges. It is proper indie. And I know that seems mean to say because it is being published by Devolver, and they're by no means small, but when you get hands-on with it, you'll know what I mean. You know, I was talking about this with Fiona about how, at least in the British music scene, the term indie started to refer to a specific style of music and stopped referring to independent artists. And, well, we're really struggling to define indie games now because of the breadth and depth of them. It's a vibe. If I point to something and say, that's an indie game, you're not thinking of budgetary elements or publishing involvement. It's the vibe. And that vibe is certainly expanded upon, you know? Oh, River! You spotted River before I did. She come to come hang out. River's worked out that if they desperately need my attention, they can use the floor switch to turn the light off. And they have done. Mr. Squarepeg, Watto and welcome. Yeah, so Wraith. I think that was where the whole thing with Dave the Diver, like, where Dave the Diver's stuff got wild is because you look at it and you go, that's an indie game. But in actuality, it was a team within Nexon. Like, a team that will never have to worry about money or cash or what have you. And you can understand why people will become frustrated because it does paint an unrealistic... Yeah. I think for a lot of indies, Dave the Diver felt like, you know, your friend that kind of cosplays poverty, but they've actually got rich parents. God. we knew somebody in the space that would bemoan their poverty, right? We would go on to find out later that not their familial unit was rich enough that they had been offered an apartment, like a whole ass place to live, that they had turned down. I just think about that all the time. Sorry. Let's move away from that. Will's personal biases. But, you know, Dave the Diver feels like the indie game equivalent of, like, cosplaying poverty. But Dave the Diver is also a fucking great game, so this is where that thing of, like, the experience and the title and the industry around it are kind of at odds. I don't know. And this is why I love hanging out with you lot, is because if we want to talk about the stuff all day, we can. None of these things are easy, none of them fit into a single TikTok. Except for go pre-order video games, which fits nicely into a TikTok. Sorry, I got a little bit heated earlier today because Star Wars Outlaws dropped their story trailer. And it looks fun. Like, it looks like the movie Solo if they got to be a bit more creative with it. It looks like a more interesting Uncharted. And I'm like, fuck yeah. However, the pre-order now, and I'm like, this game is years away. It's... the chances of it... yeah. At this stage, with naught but a story trailer, asking people to pre-order is like... disingenuous to a point of driving me up the wall. Oh, sorry. So jumping back in, so Wolfcrad, I absolutely agree. Remedy is, for all intents and purposes, an independent company, and they use that to make incredible titles. But they're also massive, right? Eagle lives, Watto and welcome. I saw a picture of you on my Facebook from when we did the Us versus Relic match from 1,000 years ago. It made me smile. So Alnus, I do also agree that Dave the Diver is a really good example of what we should be doing. It's just, Nexon is such a nebulously massive entity that makes its cash predominantly from free-to-play stuff. Like, it's hard to have them as an entity that you can talk with. Like, honestly, teams like Ubisoft and EA should have been spooling up these, like, indie superstar teams. Like, at least R&D prototyping and shit like that. They should have been doing that since Golden Age made bank on Kickstarter. But anyway, you know my thoughts on this, friends. Battleship game development can only ever result in sinking. Yeah, well, so numbers, this is the thing with pre-orders, is that pre-orders don't count towards the success of the title, they count towards the publisher's success in marketing. Pre-ordering a game doesn't help your homies. No amount of pre-ordering helped, what was it, Anthem, right? Yeah, no, and Wraith, actually, this is why Dave the Diver is so great to discuss. It is a good game. It does a lot with, for what I understand, is a small team. It's just a small team inside a gigantic entity where they don't have to worry about the same struggles. You know? Dave the Diver absolutely feels like an indie game. Now, what's interesting is how you can get something like Dragon's Dogma 2 or Death Stranding that are AAA teams with a massive publisher, and they still feel weird and indie. That's the place where I want to fucking like dig into. But I'm already inflicting enough big budget games on you lot in the weekly. We will do Dragon's Dogma at some point, but one, Dragon's Dogma doesn't need our help to succeed, and two, like Dragon's Dogma and Elden Ring, I might as well just become every individual on the internet. Oh yeah, so yeah, Jamami. Now, it varies from place to place, but how bonuses are divvied up is as different as there are game studios. There may be a team out there where pre-orders are counted towards staff bonuses, but I would be very, very surprised to find out that that was happening in any of the big operations, you know. Oh yeah, no, and right, that is why you sign with a publisher, right? You sign with a publisher because you want financial stability to make the title, or they offer you services and tools that you don't have access to. Usually testing, PR, promotion, community, localization, porting, that kind of stuff. But again, if you buy a game on day one, the chances of causing a spike both culturally and numerically are very, very high. You are contributing towards that title's success. If you pre-order it, like, great, cool, wonderful, you have given Jeremy and publisher side PR and his PR department a little pat on the back. And they can claim they did their job. Anything else that happened, well, it's out of their hands. And like, had you spent that same money on day one, that would have been contributed to the success of the title, not the success of the marketing campaign. Because when you think about it, everything before the game is released, that's marketing, Holmes. And if you pre-order early on, you're saying like, oh, okay, the marketing was so good, I'm going to give you money before I've even touched it. Now, you all know this, but like, it's an insane hangover from retail's predominant, from retail being the dominant sales force in video games, which it is not anymore. Retail kind of ate itself alive, and then got cannibalized by bigger entities. And let's be clear, like, retail was never our friends. Now, when I say retail, I'm not talking about, like, your friend that has an independent game store. They're fucking cool. We fight for homies. I'm talking about, fucking GameStop Game, EB Games, any of those big chains. They're like, they're not our friends, they're not our homies. And for quite a while, they were incredibly profitable by pulling some pretty shady shit. And when that shady shit no longer worked, they've really struggled to make any kind of, like, other business model work. Like, to my understanding, Game Group in the UK only survived as long as it did by moving into the second-hand mobile phone market. CEX in the UK is a franchise, but is predominantly kept alive by extreme second-hand retro prices. Anyway, sorry, friends. If you want to talk about physical games retail today, I'm happy to rant. I find it very, very entertaining that both GameStop and Game both attempted to essentially undercut publishers and developers, only to themselves be undercut by the supergiants. Which, and by the time that happened, they couldn't turn around to game developers and go, please help us. Game devs are like, yo, we've been making you pre-order brick and mortar exclusives, and then you've been selling our games secondhand. Sure sucks that you're getting eaten. Oh, what's that? Steam? Oh, you're just dominating? Oh, lovely. Because let me tell you, 30% of a sale is one thing, but 0% of a second-hand sale is very different. Oh, sorry, and Captain Stephanie Barnes. What? Oh, and welcome. Anyway, friends, sorry. I think I'm just in a ranty mood this morning. I apologise. So, game news. They're gonna make a movie out of Dredge, and I'm very happy about this. Dredge, the little tugboat that could. The Fishing versus Eldritch Horrors game is going to be getting an adaptation. If it's live action, I'll have to watch it. So there we go. No, I'm really interested by that one. I fucking loved Dredge. But one of the things I found interesting is that they managed to do something that you only usually see in more violent horror. In that, at the beginning, it is the fear of the unknown that carries you through. And then, as you lose fear of the unknown, you move into gameplay and mechanics. But instead of being Isaac with your big stompy boots shooting necromorphs, in this, you're fishing up some weird, janky-looking fish. And that's kind of cool. Like, I genuinely played through all of Dredge, and while the fear dissipated, the actual experience of playing it was really good. So, looking forward to that. Yeah, Star Wars Outlaws did their story trailers today. It looks interesting. Kind of makes me wish that the Solo movie had a bit more creative freedom. Oh, and there is, you know what? I'm just going to give you the PC Gamer article on this one. If you'd like just some warm feelings. Some of the original voice actors from Team Fortress 2 have been kind of like LARPing some of the classic videos, and they're really fun. Like, it seems weird to say that a short movie about a sniper killing people is wholesome, but I don't know a better way to describe it. So, the link I sent you has got the Meet the Real Sniper video and a bunch of other ones from it. And I don't know. We spend so much time these days with the downward spiral of social media focusing on, you know, the communities that are bad and toxic and otherwise, but it's easy to miss kind of the wood for the trees right now, you know? The video gaming space has become so massive and there are so many lovely little pieces to it, you know?
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Yellow. How are you, dear sir?
I am doing real good. Camille, thank you for the 66 months. How are you doing? Tell me your tales! Today we're going to be trundling around a very twee British garden solving some puzzles. I'm trying not to climb up onto the soapbox talking about games, retail and bricks and mortar stores. And I have more slug cats than I know what to do with. I didn't get the chance to post the pictures before, but I'll show you the side. All slug cats. And before you ask, yes, that does include Beadora's hand-crocheted slug cat, which I got before the slug cat plushies were even available. As J-Post sent me all the Rainwell Downpour ones. The only one you couldn't see there is the Spearmaster who sits on my desk, because he just looks so tired and I cannot relate to him any harder. Oh no! Well, Camille, I'm sorry your back's giving you problems, friend. Stable, the super indie, like, sand jet bike game, because I fucking love that. Well, so Camille, allow me to be your second screen accoutrement for today. Accoutrement? That is entirely the wrong word. Fuck it, sounds good. I've just been ranting about not pre-ordering games. But like, ultimately, games news has been quiet the last few days. The weird one from yesterday was that apparently, okay, so Gearbox got bought by Take-Two. We know this one. During this, it was announced that Gearbox were going to be laying people off on top of the layoffs that had happened prior, predominantly in their publishing sector. But then Embracer announced that Gearbox Publishing is being changed to Arc Games. And I'm like, wait, but who's left? Arc Games will be publishing Hyperlight Breaker, the sequel to Hyperlight Drifter, and will continue to work with Star Trek Online and the Gunfire Games Remnant series. And so, like, my cynical brain is like, oh, it's because when Embracer bought them, they became legally obliged to publish these titles. But maybe, but no. But, like, who's left? So, who fucking knows? The Embracer mess isn't done. But they might be able to at least start hitting an even keel. On the subject of bricks and mortar stores, and this only applies to those of you in the UK, Game, the physical retailer, is like, they're switching to life support. They have informed their stores to expect redundancies, and all new hires are now on 0-hour contracts. So Game Group's doing like absolute triage. I don't expect they're going to be around for much longer. Again, the reason why this isn't affecting CEX in the same way is because that's a franchise, and like those stores kind of live and die by themselves. Yeah. Well, and so Wraith, it could have been that there was like mangled communication, and the people who weren't transferred over to Take-Two and Gearbox were under the impression they were being laid off, and have now found out they're being made into a renamed setup. Like, who knows, right? Now, Aldous, that is a very good point. It remains to be seen how much Embracer is actually going to put behind those publishing efforts. Right, so Hans Wolf, Watto, and welcome. We're just doing game news of the week. Well, game news to start your week. Yeah, just catching up on what's hot. Again, there hasn't been too much to. There hasn't been too much going on. Lots of games out today. As I was saying earlier, an indie game that I am very excited to play myself, Children of the Sun, is out because it was made for me. It's an indie sniping puzzle game with like an acid visual style, and this whole like you have to defeat the cult that wronged you using a single bullet. Yeah, Jimami, 0 hours sucks. I was 0 hours for a couple of jobs, predominantly when I was at Game Station and when I was at Sega. When I was at Sega QA, I was in 0 hours, and it was not good. And Chaunerus, so this is where, like, we need to sit down with a cup of tea and look over the varying press releases, but the way that you do the dance when it comes to something like Embracer's attempt at, like, hella high expansion is that the numbers you report are the numbers that make you look good at the time. Right? So it's that thing of, like, here's a shorthand example. Titles shipped, titles sold. If you ship 1 million copies of a game, that sounds brilliant, right? What it actually means is that you have sent 1 million copies to stores around the world. Well done. That's not sold. 1 million sold is 1 million users have spent money to acquire a title. Do you know what I'm saying? With a lot of Embracer stuff, what numbers were reported with what acquisitions would have been strategically chosen as to what makes them look the best. So a high number would have predominantly been for anything sales outward. So like, Amazon might have gotten the Tomb Raider IP for much cheaper than reported, because there may have been other factors at play. Whereas the amount they spent on studios may have been higher than reported because they want to make it seem like they're getting stuff for a steal. Or they might have over-reported how much they spent on acquisitions to make them seem like they have money that they don't. I mean, you know as well as I do, like, some financial operations are nothing but press releases and magic. What's the number? It's made up. However, much like magic, if you don't defend yourself against it, you can get fucking wrecked by it. You know, the $2 billion deal was never money in pocket, but it was the perception of $2 billion. And then the loss of that perception that fucking destroyed them, which resulted in the mess they're in now. And now we do know it was Savvy Games Group, so... Sorry, that was a kind of you activated my trap card point conversation. But yeah, aside from that, I haven't seen anything else really kicking off today, which is lovely. I'm just keeping my feeds open in case stuff pops off. As I said, friends, today we're going to be playing Botany Manor, which is going to be twee as shit. It is going to be slow and easygoing with some puzzly nonsense, and I'm all about that. Oh, so actually, so Chaunerous Wraith, Tuesday is one of the best days for news, because everybody gets into the office on Monday, you finalise the press release, and then it goes out on Tuesday morning. Tuesday's a good news day. Like, so for today, we've had like the Star Wars Outlaws story trailer plus additional details and all of that. So that press release was crafted probably like over the last like month and change. And then everybody comes to the office, everyone does a last check to make sure there isn't any weird shit that goes out, and then boosh, jobs are good, right? Now, the days you don't get anything unless it's fucking bad is Friday. Or, if it's really bad, Saturday. You know, Mondays are usually overflow from the weekend or things that are more reactionary based. Tuesday is when your good press releases go out, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and yeah, Friday if it's a fucking disaster. It's the thing that makes me smile is that despite the fact that we have moved to a predominantly digital environment for video games and video games discussion, we still follow the Monday to Friday cycle. You know, we have an industry that is not based on natural, you know, weather patterns, but we're still affected by the cycles of the year. I don't know why, it just always makes me smile, you know? Yes, Alnus, I did see. The Year of Shadow is ahead. Current rumours state that it may be Hayden Christensen, as in, I hate sand, it's so coarse and it gets everywhere. Who may be playing Shadow the Hedgehog. I think he could do it. Oh wait, no, was it not him? Was it, what's his face? Fuck. This is why I don't talk about movie stuff, is I forget things so fast. Oh, and Boo, Laton, welcome. Hello, hello. But I believe it's this year we're getting Sonic 3, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh, so very quickly, friends. So this week on the Longship, things are going to be slightly different. So, you know, tell your fellow Longshipians, tell your pets. Nothing dramatic. But this week, we're mixing things up just a tad. So today, we're being twee British gardeners. Tomorrow's Elden Ring, Thursday Pacific Drive. I still love Pacific Drive. God, I love that game. I'm going to be gutted when it's over. But Friday, So a very, very good friend of ours is doing some really cool things in the greater Seattle region. They are launching a co-working space for artists, indies, and the ilk. And we are going to go support them because this particular friendo has been supporting us a lot. What that means is that Friday is going to be a more traditional stream. Like, I'm going to show you all, in case you haven't seen it already, Rusted Moss. Because I don't think Rusted Moss has got the hooks for a full playthrough for us. But I do think it's worth your time because, holy crap. Like, bungee cord grapple hook Troidvania? What's not to like? And then, fingers crossed, touch wood, after the event, when we get back here, we should be able to do like a late night of thieves, but we'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get like Nessa and some of the crew together in the wee hours. And on Saturday, it's time to return to Snail Simulator. If you haven't seen Snail Simulator, it is an everyone in one world snail MMO where you move at the speed of snail. We ended up having the fucking best time with it last time. And apparently, according to the patch notes, there are Viking themed things in it. Now, I don't know what that pertains to. Don't tell me. But I think for those of us that don't know, we should go and find it together. We won't be doing the Snailway to Sneven, but I reserve that one as possibly a charity stream for the future. Hey, well, Numbers, I hope you're overbooked on fun things, friend. Zing! Damn, Dave. You sure did nail Blizzard. Okay. Yeah. No, Numbers, good on you, friend. Get that money. Get that money. So yeah. That's what this week's going to be looking like. Also, I'm annoyed. This is completely unrelated, but still. Every heckin' dumb name I had for a one-shot podcast has already been taken. And unfortunately, most have been taken by some really not so good ideas. Like, I won't go into the specifics, but basically, I was asked by a client to help them do a podcast thing. And that's fine. If they want to do it, that's fucking great. They're interesting people. It's like, they've got the potential to be very, very, very fun, informative, you know, the good stuff. But the thing is, I haven't put out a podcast in over 10 years, right? Last time I did a podcast, it was in a soundproof room with a fucking Tascam mobile recorder. It has been a long time since I've had to do this professionally, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do just a one-shot test, right? Make sure I'm still able to fucking do this before I start charging somebody for my time, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, I'll call it, like, Never Again, or this test ignore, or what have you. Every single name I came up with, someone has already made a podcast of it, and they're not good! So, I don't know what... I'm gonna need to outsource a wonderfully dumb name. But that's all that's going on with me, friends. There's a lot... Okay, there has actually... There's been a fucking load going on with me at the moment, but we can talk about it... I don't know. I don't want to talk about it this morning, if that's alright. You'll don't need fucking downers from me. And I'm doing alright. Yesterday, fucking sucked. And Sunday fucking sucked. But today I am in wonderful spirits. I've got good coffee and I have your company, so... Maybe I should do that, Edwin. How do you fight somebody on a podcast? have to look into it. There must be a way. There can't be this many podcasts out in the world without some kind of, like, dueling ritual. Oh, punch.wav.kit.wav. Yes! The Fatboy Slim track, yes, thank you. Well, so Judica, we know that Dustin's not in chat now because the potential to just name something popped up. That's gonna be funny for hell. Like a summon. Beer. Wait, Mick Foley. Man, my brain is jello today. At this point, my brain is not sure if you're referencing a wrestler or the bloke that did the Doom soundtrack, or one of the people. Well, so Dave, it's basically just a test. So it'll be a one-shot that I produce and then put up on, you know, Spotify and Apple Podcast and all that bollocks, just to remember how to fucking do it. You know, it's essentially the production equivalent of doing like a dry run of sorts. You know what, Dice? We could do it like an old-timey radio show. Gotta suck into him real good so I can take your podcast name, see? Whoop-ah! Hello World's already been done. Hello World, Never Again. Never Again was really dark. That was the one I went, oh, no. Never, because I thought it would be a real good pitch, right? Never Again, the podcast that will never ever happen again. Promise. Placeholder's already been taken. Test podcast, please ignore. Test, please ignore. Already taken. This podcast name not yet. The podcast not yet taken. Okay, let's see if that's been done. Oh, I see. The problem is the Google flavored nonsense. Oh, the podcast not yet taken has not been done. We might have found one. Put that on the list. 404 podcast not found. That one is up, so far as I know. Let's see if there's any unchills. What have you got for me, Game Chops? Oh, there's a new Final Fantasy Unchill. Let's see what that gives us. There we go. We could give you the title of this podcast, but the sigils of power would melt your mind. Unique, but the SEO needs work. And Grand Take, Watto and welcome. Hello, all of you. Like, friends, if you go back into what is now our kind of VOD archive, you can find the stuff that I used to do for Rally Point. Like, back in the 2010s when a lot of this stuff was more informal, you know, we wanted to do more in-house content, so I just learned how to do it by doing it. It's an important thing that I think programmers in the gaming space are the most receptive to this, but it is easy to forget how quickly our medium moves forward. And sometimes you can fall into old patterns, even when it's... So basically, the manner in which we record Let's Plays and podcasts and the way in which we stream and put things out there is always changing and evolving. And sometimes it's good to go back and check yourself. I mean, shit, I haven't updated a lot of this operation in a while, and I'd really like to. I don't know when that's going to happen, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh. And sorry, Green Fire. Watto and welcome. Okay, Edwin, that is pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, because the thing is, most people listen to podcasts with headphones on, so it shouldn't be too bad. That's a pretty good one. Anyway, yeah. Fuck! Now we have your attention. Here's a podcast. A friend of mine put it very, very well, is that just because we all have the ability to create a podcast doesn't mean that we should. Podcast is a thing that must be earned. You must either put in enough work to then justify getting to banter with your friends for no reason, or you must offer the listener something, right? And I think that is frequently overlooked. And the lockdown podcast explosion has been an interesting eye-opener. Like, I've promised you lot I wouldn't do anything unless I had something worth doing, you know? Because I wouldn't inflict that upon you. There's nothing more insufferable than a white man with a podcast. I'm sorry. It's definitely up there of, like, top things you never want to hear at a bar. Wow, I'm just being mean today. I'm sorry, friends. I don't know where this came from. Alright, jumping back. Wow, that was a hot intro to just realizing I have nothing to back it up.
A group of white men is known as a podcast.
Fearless, thank you for the 200. You launched one of those grey bits into the great beyond. Thank you, friend. Surprised anybody's got any bits left. Oh yeah, so friends, if you didn't see, I did make sure that the Longship Day VOD was up on time, if only for the quadruple world record setting marbles on stream. Like, once again, Immortal Len, holy crap. You can actually see it, when you know what to look for, you can actually see Immortal Len's, like, world record setting shot. It's fucking impressive. Okay. Huh. Sorry, so Hansel says they did go AFK. They were hyped for a game called Recreation, and they unveiled it a few years ago, but it may be vaporware at this point. Okay, let's have a look into that. You know, I love a good puzzle. Okay, so it's THQ Nordic. To tell when was this announced. Okay, so THQ Nordic being developed by Three Fields Entertainment. Oh. Yeah, so Hans Wolf, I would not hold breath on that one. Their catalogue does not look sturdy. And THQ Nordic has been, like a lot of teams, very vicious with its cuts. it could be an example of, when games die, they die quiet. You know what I mean? Sorry, I have seen Terra Nil. I've actually come close to 100%ing that one, and it is a very, very good game. Sorry, here's me tippity-tapping and slugging coffee live. And yes, I have seen SteamWorld build. It is interesting how the SteamWorld franchise has kind of unfurled, although I did hear some rumblings that SteamWorld build didn't do as well as was hoped, but had been on Game Pass, so I guess that helped offset that. I need to do some more research into it. But yeah, friends, I do think that's the long and short of it, video game news and industry-wise. There was a little bit of drama with Yuji Naka accusing the Dragon Quest producer of lying in court. So Yuji Naka was the person that got rumbled for doing massive insider trading in Japan. Now, the Dragon's Quest producer also stepped down last week from their role on Dragon Quest, so I think we're going to see some more spice over that way. And lots of people asked me about the game's preservation maneuver over the weekend. And I know we talked about it on Friday and Saturday, but sometimes I do forget that we exist in a wonderful little space where you'll have a massive amount of games industry literacy, and the largest proportion of the gaming wow, I'm tripping over my words. Most users don't understand what we know. And that also includes users that have big fan bases on YouTube and stuff like that. So yeah, I think about 3 different people sent me the "Stop Killing Games," and it was just this kind of, when somebody's heart's in the right place and they don't understand what it is that they're actually asking for. Your kid running up to you with a slideshow about why they should have a giant robot to stop people from killing the planet. Sorry, Final Fantasy thoughts. And you're like, I understand what you're asking me for here, but you don't understand the logistics that it would take. So, that's the only other thing that's really been going down. If you didn't see it, we talked a little bit about it on Friday, but it is a movement to try and create essentially an equivalent for the right to repair, but for video games. Predominantly based around the video games, The Crew, that Ubisoft are going to be taking offline soon. And it's... the whole thing is exhausting. The whole thing is exhausting. Because yes, it sucks when publishers take games offline and provide no way for users to play games that they have purchased. But, sorry, the things that are being asked for are things like source code in the event that a title shuts down, the ability for users to host their own servers and stuff like that, which again, seems great on paper, but would basically just result in studios no longer making online games. The thing we talked about on Friday that was so poignant is that if you have a custom engine, if you have a series of games that use the same engine, and you release the source code for one, you basically open up all of them to attack. And if users get their shit hacked because you had to release the source code, they're not going to go to the people that made you release the source code. They're going to go to you, sue the shit out of you. So you just don't. But there's a lot of other things in there, you know. That I agree with on an emotional level, but making government legislation would only fucking... Okay, you know my personal philosophies, friends, which is the more government oversight we have on our art, the less freedom we have in terms of what we do and what we say. It doesn't equal good. And we are at a point where users are able to reverse engineer quite a few of these different titles. I think that's fine. Sorry. You know what? We don't have to go into this topic. Let me get the game started. Let's go be twee fucking gardeners. Let's do gardening stuff. So Earthman Dave, that's not true. In a lot of English language territories, video games are essentially a soft target. We don't have a strong lobbying, and we're an easy point and blame. We've managed to avoid any massive censorship or like government oversight. You know, we have things like the ESRB and PEGI for like physical ratings of games sold. Like any game sold at like retail point. But ultimately, you're still free to create whatever you want and launch it on Steam, right? Like itch.io, Steam, etc. You don't have to get government permission to release your game, which is pretty fucking cool. However, we don't have a strong lobbying space, and we're a very, very big industry, making us a soft target. If a particular politician in any of the English language territories went, video games are the true villain, what is wrong, this is what's destroying the youth, it would be very difficult for games to mobilize to protect themselves. And something like consumer rights would be a really good entry point, because so far the video games make people violent argument has never stuck, but it's also never gone away, because the visual elements of the medium convey violence, making it a really easy thing for old crusty bastards to point at. And yes, Alnus, the vulnerability in Dark Souls took down all multiplayer in all Souls games for a while. And that was found externally sans source code. You know, the amount of reverse engineering that would be available there would be feckin' wild. It would just... If everything went ahead with that campaign as proposed, people would stop making online games because it would open them up to so much oversight from government, and that anything they create would ultimately end up becoming open source. So if you stop supporting Game 1 for Game 2, well, Game 1 source code comes out, but you used Game 1 to make Game 2. So now you're fuck-a-doodle-dude. A game going open source is essentially the end of it as a franchise, as a through line. That doesn't mean the studio is dead, but it means that title specifically. Yeah, Edwin, like Australia's still suffering from the from the video game fear-mongering elements. Well, so Dave, look at it like this. This wouldn't just apply to big companies, it would apply to all video games. And what is and isn't profitable in those spaces is what publishers will and won't make. But the legislation would still remain. So if we wanted to get together and make a video game with just like 10 of us, if it is an online title, we'd still have to adhere to that. And let me tell you, getting a video game out the door is a fucking challenge. We would not want to make an online title because if it was successful, we would then be shackled into supporting a title indefinitely until either we cease to exist or it would essentially mean that all titles would have to be maintained forever regardless of the amount of interaction. Like, at that point, anything involving like external servers or anything like that is essentially a shackled cost. Like, look at it like this. Like, Dave, right now, all the big companies are rushing towards live service titles. Why? Because they think it makes money. They would have no qualms in cutting loose shitloads of titles before this, like, any of this legislation went into effect to avoid getting hit.
Nah, you just throw the flash drive of the game outside the door. The community is supposed to pick it up and manage it.
Yep.
Right? Right?
Yep. Well, and, so, puns, thank you kindly. And so Dave was saying you could just legislate to have them release specs to the server. It is lovely that you believe that most studios have a spec. Again, I can't name names, but there are operations out there where there is just a laptop in the studio running linchpin services. There's also multiple services running, and then as Nick was talking about on Friday, what do you do about licenses? If a game uses a third-party license, who's responsible for that? Right? Like, if we use a third party to give us our login server or how credit card information is handled, like, who's responsible for that going out? Right? It is... And this isn't on you, Dave, by the way. This is just on the difference between this whole Stop Killing Games movement and the actual understanding of how games are made. The Crew isn't a game with one server that everyone connects to and does everything. It is shit tons of different things all over the place. And a lot of those Ubisoft doesn't have the rights to give out. You know? I'm not pro Ubisoft on this one. I'm anti-government legislation. Well, and Dave, once again, if you think that every online title has solid documentation, I love that you believe in devs. I promise you, every online title has shit that's hacked together. Every online game has a C. Ingmar bug. C. Ingmar was a thing from Total War, where one of the OG, I think it was an AI programmer, had done a lot of the early stuff that carried through from Empire onwards. And they're up until... God, when was the last time I saw the C. Ingmar bug in Rome 2. And Ingmar had left many, many years prior. Yeah. But Eagle Lives, you have to hear it in the H. Bomber Guy voice. Someone has to keep the documents up to date. Where? When? How? To who? Fucking Aquaman! You have to hire a person to keep the documentation up to date. We'll have a living document. we need this thing fixed, and we need it working in the next 4 hours. Alright, I can do that, or I can write about how I'm going to do that, but you can't have both. Yeah. And so, again, Dave, please don't think that I'm picking on you on this one. Because, like, we should have more ways to preserve titles moving forward. But government legislation ain't it. And like, one of the ones that cracks me up in the Stop Killing Games is, and I quote, what about large-scale MMORPGs? Isn't it impossible for customers to run these servers when they're shut down? They say, not at all. However, limitations can apply. And things like, so they talk about like how powerful servers and things like that and game scale for devs hosting it. So if a server could originally support 5,000 people, but the end user version can only support 500, that's a massive improvement. Tell me you've never run a fucking... Tell me you've never worked on an MMO. Like, it's not the number of people, it's... Yeah. Well, so Jamami, as it currently stands, there are a lot of old servers that are able to be emulated, but the complexity of more modern titles makes it very, very difficult. It's not impossible, but it makes it very, very difficult. Like,
I hate eating alphabet soup. It runs through me and makes me empties my vowels, and I sometimes ask why.
Akira Zero, what and welcome, and thank you for the 500. Yeah, but so, and Dave, this is where it all starts, like, the lack of information starts coming forward. And again, you could argue that it is still the game, is still the problem, it is still the fault of us game dev side that we haven't explained this stuff. Because gone are the days where you have one server that runs everything, you know. Ultima Online can be sharded, right? You can run your own perfect shard. Sorry. You can run your own private shard of Ultima Online on an old PC. But that's old tech, right? Like, anything even vaguely close to the kind of products we have running now use multiple servers, all working in tandem, all doing weird shit, you know? Like, God forbid, if EVE Online ever goes off, that's not something that you can run. Like, they have a homebrew military-grade server cluster. They made that from scratch. Right. But Dave, on this one, I need you to trust me. Like, the amount of time that it took for people to get City of Heroes working was a non-small amount of modding time. A lot of reverse engineering. Like, firstly, I love the idea of someone working alongside to provide these things for users at the endpoint. But one, you can't build tools for something that isn't finished. And it would take an insane genius to be able to take everything that a studio puts together and bundle it into a package that could be used by end users, you know? I apologize, I'm not doing a good enough job of articulating why it is a Herculean task. And it would create an insane amount of overhead cost. Well, I guess the way to look at it is that reverse engineering something from a user standpoint is drastically different than trying to provide that kind of support as it's going through it. Well, and Dave, that's the thing. They won't pay for it, and they won't fight the law. They'll just make different games, or move out of the industry. Like that's the reason why I'm disheartened by it, and I feel that we failed these individuals by giving them the knowledge to understand. You know. Okay, let me give you a shorthand example. Germany changed the rating system based on blood and violence in video games. So, loads of games that have a predominantly German audience just took the blood out. Oh, well, surely they could do these things, and surely they could do workarounds. Nah, just pulled it out. Later on, at least for Total War, they added what was called the Blood Pack. A little DLC to allow... A little DLC to add blood, gore, and violence back into the game that just wasn't available for sale in Germany. But... if it comes down to cost with no benefit, big studios will just go no. And small studios will be basically in the crosshairs for a lot of risk. So, where? The guinea pig shirt.
Yes. The guinea pig shirt.
Oh, I put it away.
Where'd you put it?
Hang on. It's not like I'm in the middle of anything.
That's why I asked. You could have just directed me the guinea pig shirt. Guinea pig shirt. Guinea pig shirt.
Guinea pig shirt. You're just gonna show people.
Guinea pig shirt.
Guinea pig shirt. That was a J-Post gift. I still haven't built my my tiny Gundam. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see a situation where it's better than it is currently. You know, people reverse engineering old titles to be able to play them in small communities. You know, I don't see a situation in which government legislation makes that better. And so here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that, if we look at it from the evil capitalistic side, modding doesn't make money, and end users getting support doesn't make money. And we talk about this a lot, with the difference between like shamanistic knowledge and metrics knowledge. Now, we know that games that can be modded become legend. They become entrenched and ultimately end up selling more copies because people either rebuy or are brought into it because of the breadth and depth of what's available. But it is incredibly hard to point to on a metric graph the introduction of modding and at what point that makes money, which is why most mod toolsets are fucking garbage. Because there's no cost benefit. When you are running a game studio, you're looking at everybody's hours in a day and what they're being spent on, and does that benefit? And I know, I'm just telling you how the big studios look at their operations. Modding is this weird one because while it increases engagement, it doesn't result in additional sales. And so a studio would be asked essentially to provide a large amount of man hours, a large amount of like dev time to create something that will only be used if the game goes offline. So essentially they're saying like, all right, we need 2 people's yearly salary. So we need, you know, a few, like, even we're paying them fuck all, we need over $100,000 a year to create something that will only be implemented if we go under, or if we have to give the game away for free. Oh, Edward, yeah, the cut down versions of Left 4 Dead. Yeah, and also Fearless, you're not wrong. How Valve and other studios have supported modding over the years makes sense. But it doesn't make sense if you're looking at it from a capitalistic, like, financial year in, financial year out. Now, why does this matter to us? Because should this stuff become legislation, these studios will see no cost benefit to supporting it, and then just go, all right, fuck it, we're just not making MMOs anymore. Like, this is where the Longship has a special flavor of knowledge. And Earthman Dave, I mean, that's an excellent question, and it says, and this is why this whole thing is so complicated. It's not like an easy yes/no, because like, how do companies provision new servers then? Depends who they're working with. Depends what they've set up. In the past, companies like Multiplayer and things like that would be like a third-party provider of servers that could spool up physical or virtual hardware. But again, how that works is not a straightforward thing. Like, remember the amount of time between Helldivers 2 launching and Helldivers 2 getting stable? That was the point where they were panic spooling up additional servers. And it was not a smooth process. Loads of companies have offered to sell smooth scaling servers, but then they're also using shit like, you know, some of like the AWS cloud compute shit, where it does just auto spool up servers, and those are insanely expensive. So you need to have your core server also working with third-party providers with very, very specific kinds of hardware and software. So Air Dragon was saying Unreal Tournament and the release of the Chaos Edition. What was the Chaos Edition? Was that like a bundled mods? I'll have to have a look into that one, because I wasn't aware of it. I was aware of Chaos UT, the mod, but I didn't know if they did a physical version. I mean, one could argue that the release candidate of Counter-Strike, but from a retail standpoint, a title that was a mod turned into a standalone title is still a standalone title so far as they're concerned. Well, no, so Dave, it's not impossible, it's just that big companies will just stop doing it. Because the amount of cost and the amount of risk it opens up makes it no longer viable, right? Could it be done? Possibly. Will it be done? No. And this is where, especially in the Longship, we have to acknowledge, like, the realities versus the ideal. You know? It feckin' sucks when, like, titles I love go offline and we're left without support. I'm still mad that Steam will sell you games for Windows Live's games. When Games for Windows Live is fucking dead. I mean, actually, they might have been pulled at this point, but for a very, very long time. So, like, please don't think that I'm pro big publisher bastardry. Like, fuck them. You know, let them be cannibalized. But I have to acknowledge, like, oh, and Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome, and Pine Glass. I have to acknowledge what they would do should this go ahead, and that I am absolutely against additional government legislation on our art form, you know? So yeah. Oh. No, but and sorry, friends. I do think this is a very, very interesting discussion. And Dave, please don't think that this is us versus you. Not at all. Again, this is one of those things where the games industry has failed everybody by not talking about this stuff, you know, by being so cloak and dagger about it all and talking about servers as if they are these whimsical little things that you just switch on once. Like, we haven't updated people's knowledge on it, and then are surprised Pika face when, you know, users turn around and go, well, just let us make servers. No, and Dave, I would love to see a situation where we can start, like, opening up the pit more. Like, the problem is that we're still in a really, really messy phase. Like, none of the big publishers have worked out that if you bring lots and lots of talented people in-house to make lots and lots of little titles, that you can create this long-form sustainability rather than these giant battleships. You know, publisher contracts are fucking shifty right now, even the indie ones. Like, I know we talked about this after GDC, but I was hearing some fucking horror stories that people being offered deals where you just sign away the IP. Like, it's just gone. So, like, if the IP is gone, what is left? And what predominantly happens with small teams is that they make an title, and that title does good. So they make something that is either directly a sequel, or they make something that is built on the same fundamentals, that is a different IP, but is grown from what they built in the last game. Like, let's look at good old Supergiant, right? We have Bastion. Bastion goes into Transistor. Transistor goes into Pyre. Pyre goes into Hades, alright? I will bet you fucking dollars to donuts that there are pieces of Bastion still in Pyre. Still in Hades, right? Because you're building atop of it. You don't want to reinvent the wheel every bloody time. You know, with big studios, this is how they end up with like hyper specialized roles, because what they build in the initial, they then build atop. If it's a custom engine, holy shit, yeah. If you had to provide source code for anything along that point, you're opening up some serious risk. Like, once your shit has gone open source, that's out there. You can't build from it. It goes everywhere else. Yeah. So that's where that's in. Oh yeah, no, Kimball, the breeding of tribal knowledge adds risk too. And it's also why, like, people asking for, like, easy load up servers and documentation is always funny, because every team says that they're going to keep up-to-date documentation, and it never happens. There's always weird tribal knowledge. There's always strange shit. Every game has a C Ingomar bug, or a fucking load-bearing coconut or some shit, you know what I'm saying? I always remember it being a pineapple, not a coconut, but I forget. Like, the weird shit that goes into making games is wild. I mean, Fearless, I know. Oh man, C222, that would be funny as shit. C222 was saying there's AI startups that read Slack to update documentation. That would be funny, because there's nothing funnier than wrong documentation. Because you can spend days trying to follow the documentation and then only to find out, like, oh no, it's wrong. God. Yeah, Shadows, I love stuff like that. Shadows was saying, if you watch Cole from Infamous climb a pole, it is the same maneuver as Sly Cooper. Yeah. Reduce, reuse, recycle. And Fearless was raving, which I do agree that when users who are not either code or product literate say things like, "Oh, you should be recoding each game from scratch," it's like, no, it's not lazy to use what you have built on to make the next thing. It's efficient, and like, if you had to build every game from scratch at the beginning of everything, you'd fucking destroy yourself. You know. I think one of the great ones to point to is always Dead Space 1 to 2. Because Dead Space 1 made so many incredible things. The incredible tech behind the audio, the dismemberment system, the lighting, fucking so much that it's now a lot more ubiquitous, but they built that from scratch, and horror games already don't sell great. So, by making Dead Space 2, they can take all that hard work they've done and move it into something else that wouldn't be as technically stressful, and they could focus on like features and content, you know. Yeah, no, Dave, the Horizon West into Zero Dawn drive me up the fucking wall. But here's the thing, like, okay, video games discourse is becoming less and less valuable as social media descends into insanity, you know. You'll notice there's a lot of the discourse that we don't really discuss here. The only reason I'm talking about this is because these individuals are going for an actionable, legal maneuver, and they are doing it from a place of good faith. Like, this isn't, look at those fucking bellheads and how stupid they are. This is right heart, wrong move kind of thing. And that's why I think it's interesting to discuss. But no one has talked about the fact that Baldur's Gate is using assets from Divinity Original Sin and Sin 2. Like, there are assets that have gone through all of those. That is absolutely same code base. And I love it. It's actually how, like, studios that wish to specialize in a certain kind of game can build upon the success of their previous to build bigger and better titles, you know? Sorry, I'm not saying all of this to give everybody who's been code side or production side here fucking PTSD. I'm sorry. You know? And the downside about Twitch.television is that ultimately this won't be seen by the myriad of people that could use this kind of education. But at very least, we can stay, I don't know, educated, therapeutically vented, I don't know. Okay, so Akira Zero Wolfgrad, I'm not sure what y'all are talking about, but Baldur's Gate 3 uses assets from Divinity Original Sin 2. It is directly built on Divinity Original Sin, what Sin 1 set forth, like it is. You can see that step up. Literally same assets. I laughed because I think it was, I saw a bit of, back when JoCat was still streaming, and JoCat had the 3 face mask that lets you look like any race. I forget what it does in Baldur's Gate 3, but it's exactly the same asset, same texture, whole shebang. Brilliant! Save money, make more content. That's what it's about. Yeah, well, okay. So Akira Zero, in that regard, that's what I would call kind of the worthless discourse, right? You know, there's nothing valuable of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 fans, a game that came out 1,000 years ago, being mad that the new one wasn't the same as the old one. Like, and they're valid in their opinions, but it has no value. It is a worthless opinion. One of the things that's been very interesting is, especially with the discussions around Fallout, and how ultimately Interplay kind of ran Fallout into the ground, and like it or loathe it, the new Bethesda Fallout titles took something that was incredibly niche and has brought it forward into something that now has, you know, worldwide brand recognition. You know, if Interplay had succeeded, we never would have gotten New Vegas. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyway, sorry, we're getting well off topic. Let's get into let's do the relaxing garden thing. I realise... How do I spell botany? Botany Manor. There we go. Boop. But yeah, it's just... The two things to take away from the discussion. One, especially online games are more complicated than everyone believes. And they are always more janky. Like, and I don't say this to like, oh, silly users you couldn't possibly understand. Nah. Even being in the industry, even having worked on online titles, you find out how other people have their stuff set up and you're like, oh god. How is this worse than I imagined? Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, apologies for the choppiness. Bear with me just a second. Woohoo! Yeah! How twee is this shit? Let's go! And the other one is that, friends, more so than ever, if you see discourse on places like, you know, Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and whatnot, you see people just throwing around some shitey takes. At a certain point, you've just got to regard them as, like, worthless. I still remember what the guy who made Stars Without Number said, which is, I don't do interviews, because if I need to speak, I'll let my work speak for me. And okay, look, I'm a guy ranting about video games on the internet. I understand the hypocrisy of what I'm saying, but we have to remind ourselves that online discourse, a lot of it is bad faith, a lot of it is uninformed bad faith. You know? Yeah. Well, and see, Wolfgrad, you're not wrong. Wolfgrad was saying the difference between good code and bad code is the number of times someone goes, what the fuck? When reading it, that number is never zero. And video games are, more often than not, shite code. Because we don't build games to be efficient math software. We build them to convey a feeling. And we build them with less time than we need, every time. Except for Dwarf Fortress. Like, every game has to cut back on scope. Every game has to cut corners somewhere. Right? You show me a game that's been made perfectly, and I will pick it apart. I don't know if you all remember when when Terry released the source code for it, and people were just pulling it apart. And it's because he was one bloke making a game. And ultimately, a game is about an experience, not an output. It's about evoking emotion, not about, you know, numerical accuracy. And sometimes if you want to make stuff work, you hack that shit together. Yeah, well, and Fearless, what's interesting about the Dwarf Fortress as well was that they got weird outputs from it that they never expected. Which ultimately created this kind of, you know, I don't want to call it emergent narrative, more like, you know, systems making stories. And I think that's the important thing to take from all of this, you know? Hang on, bear with me just a second. Look at you, Skyrim giant launching bug. Yup. Now, the one that always drives me up the wall is when people equate bugs to a failing in code or otherwise. Actually, no, fuck that. Let's just get into game. Because a lot of the time, because of the speedy way we have to put tiles together, the hacks we have to do to get it out the door, they create these anomalous situations where fixing it might damage the title more than leaving it. You know, and ultimately when you're in that last month, sometimes you just gotta be like, fuck it. Push to patch 1, will not fix. Well, so Wolfgang, yes, OG Roller Coaster Tycoon is pretty interesting, and the, what was it? I'm trying to remember the name of it, because it's not Transport Tycoon. There is an open Roller Coaster Tycoon setup. Okay, actually, so, jumping back. As if we're going to be twee in this fucking garden, let's be wholesome about this shit. So, Earthman Dave was saying that they are very, very pro open source. If you set out from moment 1 to create something that can be like that, Open RCT, thank you, Grand Take. It isn't impossible. Now, you need to come at it from a different angle, and it absolutely will not pertain to creating, you know, things like MMOs or Destiny 2s or what have you. But, like, I almost called it open TTP. Yeah. Wraith, honestly, I think that's the only reason we have so many people hanging out in the Longship is a place to escape from the, did they even test this? Yes, they did. And they made a cost-benefit analysis that's like, oh, well, if we fix this one teeny tiny problem, it breaks everything else in the game, and we've got to launch in, 7 hours. Yeah, cool, I'll just tell Mr. the Everything we're going to push the launch. Open TTP is a game jam if ever I heard one, yes! Jamami, maybe that'll be our first game jam. Automation of wobbly knob drawing. Right, let's get this started. God, this really was the right game to play for today. But no, so taking things like Open Transport Tycoon and Dwarf Fortress, we could potentially set forth a games operation that works from open source first and is supported through things like, you know, Patreon and crowdfunding and things like that. The problem would be initially discoverability in the hook, because to start with, and before it gains momentum, you'd basically be making pizza money until you make just enough to start paying rent and being able to focus on it. And then post that point, you could potentially look at how to advertise and stuff like that. But you'd want to create something that was very, very specific. Also, we're in Somerset. We're in Somerset. We're going to hang out in the UK in Somerset. It's the point where we find out about our deceased grandpa. Lady Arabella! We're so happy to have you back at Botany Manor. I hope you had a lovely trip. In your absence, I'm afraid some things the manor have deteriorated. Although I can assure you we tried our best to keep things in order. Hope it doesn't affect your research too much today. Bennett. This is going to be a Resident Evil prequel, I'm calling it now. Collect the parcel. Arabella Green, Botany Manor, Somerset. Red Viking, what and welcome, good to see you. So they enjoyed testing and breaking game. Did that for a bit, had a blast. Oh yeah, there's this puzzle-solving mentality to doing QA that's amazing. It's just that most users don't understand how QA works. Like, you find bug, you reproduce the bug with repo steps, and you send it to the devs. And then the devs have to make a choice, like, are we fixing this? Are we not? If we fix this, how quickly and hacky are we going to fix this? Do we have time? Is it going to introduce more problems? You know? Just because a bug is found doesn't mean its solution is attainable. Whereas users are like, oh, there's a fucking bug in this! Oh, no, QA didn't find this! Oh, what a bunch of cunts! And yeah, no, C222, I always love that joke. A games tester walks into a bar, games tester's into a bar, orders a glass of water, orders negative 9,000 beers, orders the like, the letter A. User walks into a bar, orders a shot of Jägermeister, and the bar sets on fire. Like, yeah. Well, I read that's why like good QA is fucking hard, and it's a job. Like, because you have to be acutely aware of what you are doing to create a scenario. Okay. Introducing the Herbaranium. Dear Annabella Green, thank you once again for submitting your book proposal, Forgotten Flora. Please send this empty herbarium back to us once you've completed your research. We'll be in touch with a potential offer. Sincerely, Mayflower Publishing House. The Forgotten Flora. Research compiled by Annabella Green. Mayflower Publishing House, 1980. Chapter... Oh, so we got our maps. A fresh start. It's real fresh. Okay, fine. Who's ready to get whimsical? I can't hear you. I said who's ready for twee whimsy? Sorry. This was absolutely the perfect game to pick for today. From downtown! Sorry. Oh, C222 says the punchline that they heard is the player walks into a bar, asks where the bathroom is, and everything bursts into flames. That's fair. I mean, and this is the point where, like, QA is a very, very specific job. And user testing is sometimes very important because when you have been testing every element of a game for 3 years, you aren't a user anymore, you're a professional. And users are fucking weird. Users are fucking weird. Okay. Got ourselves some seeds. The Wilmer wort. I want to grow the Wilmer wort to filter the smoggy air in my conservatory, but I'll need to research its temperature requirements first. Oh, this is cute. Okay, so each plant we have to find out, like, the clues to learn how to grow it good. Okay, potting instructions. Place pot on saucer. Add soil. Plant a seed. Water the seed. And then, feed me Seymour. You'll also notice this game didn't come out yesterday during the eclipse. For very good reason. Alright. Okay, I'll inspect this empty pot. In C222, some studios are better about it than others, but yeah. Sorry, C222 says, imagine if studios kept QA testers around for multiple titles to gain historic knowledge. Sometimes they do, but I do often find that... Okay. So there's the windmill wort. Okay, so it's planted. We need to adjust the temperature to clear up how fucking foggy it is in here. Alright. Alright, well, the windmill wort is a volcanic flower. I wonder if that suggests, well, how fucking hot it should be. And ideal soil temperatures. Volcanic flowers, these are 50 or 45 degrees C. But we're not in Spain and Morocco, we're in fucking Somerset. Michael! Michael! Sorry. Fucking TikTok brain rot is real. Okay, important clues get added. If you're stuck, tracking clues can help you organise your research. Oh, okay. So from here, we can start adding the temperature charts. So it's almost got a little bit of, like, wholesome Obra Dinn going on. So postcard from Dear Arabella. On a hike we came across a windmill wort, a flower that only grows in Sicily. Some locals told us the flower has air purifying qualities, but due to its bespoke temperature requirements, the plant rarely blooms. Maybe the flower can help you. Okay. How's this for some fucking twee shit? What if Obra Dinn was wholesome? Now that we've found all the clues, they've solidified. We know that the postcard states that it has to be in Sicily. Right? Okay, I can't bring up the clues from here, but the volcanic flower temperature in Sicily is 60 degrees C. Flora Dinn. This seems safe and fine. Okay, see, we got it to the right temperature. Shitaru, what and welcome. We are playing a wholesome Botany Obra Dinn style game. Somerset falls victim to industrial fog. I can barely fucking see! Horse bus drivers refuse to work. It's going to turn out to be some, like, post-apocalyptic... Okay. Okay, volcanic wildflower. 9 degrees C, Sicily. Which is the only place where these fuckers grow. We've done that. God. I didn't think we get to the mist part of Mist 2. Oh. Nerd, nerd! Come on for a little walk, little flower. We've got to hang out in front of the vent. I mean, yeah, no, this still reserves the right to turn into the Little Shop of Horrors. As I was joking earlier, what if this ends up being a prequel to like the Resident Evil games? The last thing we grow is like the Las Pagalis or something. But I don't know. One thing that I really love about the Cozy Explosion is how games that slap are being reviewed not in terms of their visual thematics, but their mechanics. Obra Dinn is a haunting exploration of... it's a whodunit on a massive scale. And I fucking love it. Trying to create something that hits similar beats would be very, very complicated. But what if you took the mechanics that you enjoyed about that and transposed it into a more, forgive the term, I don't want to throw it around lightly, but a more wholesome environment? What if you could take Obra Dinn style puzzle solving and make it not about who got fucked by the fishmen on a boat, but about how we can grow and improve our little garden through our cool research? Halfers, this is delightful. You know? Drawing from nature. Don't do it. Plants will sue you if you copy their likeness without discussing it first. Earthman Dave, yeah, you can keep the Kraken. But no, you can see what I mean. One of the things that the Cozy Explosion has allowed us to do is remove the concept of conflict from game mechanics, right? And the thing is, Obra Dinn doesn't even have conflict in it. It's a puzzle. You're either right or you're wrong. Let's get fucking cozy! Yeah! It's so wholesome. You know. And I'm not saying that these kinds of games haven't existed prior. This is not the first wholesome...
Can someone tell me why my post got removed? I'm so annoyed now. My fence has become unstable. I guess this was a low-effort post.
Puns. For the briefest of seconds there, my brain was freaking out. I was like, I haven't deleted any posts from Pun Spectre. I don't think I have. And I haven't been drinking in days. But what if I did? Oh god, I'm going to have to apologize. I put a lot of effort into lunch being nice.
Can you pet the Kraken?
You should be able to. Kraken will fucking pet you if you give it a chance. But no, what I think has been fascinating is that 50% of people looking at the cozy revolution have thought that, oh, if we can just make our game fit, like if we can describe it as cozy, we get more sales. And I think they've missed kind of, again, Wood for the Trees, that what you can do is you can take concepts from more niche, violent titles and transpose the mechanics into a more wholesome environment and make something that fucking slaps. Alright? You get this, I get this. I'm not even sure who I'm telling this to right now. I think I'm just old man yelling at Cloud. Specifically that Cloud. He knows what he fucking did. And remember, shut that gate.
No effort post, I resemble a remark.
J-Post, Watto and welcome, friend. Actually, I don't remember if you got in earlier. Fiona was showing off the guinea pig shirt earlier on today. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, how's that for a bit of cute foreshadowing? Again, alright, all of these techniques, let's bring it back. All of the techniques here are techniques that you predominantly see in first-person shooters and or horror games. Introduction area, low visibility to begin mechanics. Introduction to the scope and scale. Right? Heavily thematic, closed paths that make the user feel small and constrained, whilst giving them a slight understanding of where the world's going to go. And look at this! Boosh. There's the manor of Botany fucking Manor. That might as well be the Ishimura. That might as well be feckin', the aerial view of the Raccoon City police department. It's the same techniques in terms of like framing and in terms of, how we move the user through our experiences. But again, the goal here isn't to scare the hot pee-pee out of you. This is not to create like a wet pants place. It's to create somewhere that feels warm and inviting. That manor is our reward. It's our goal. And it is being delivered artfully. However, much like a horror game player, I will go the path less travelled. I will check under the stairs for a health pack. Botany Manor, home of the Green family. Fucking Werthers. Sorry. Oh, entrance to the garden. We're just ahead of the curve now. I worked with a gentleman, very, 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 very good designer, and if you tell him I said that, I will lie and said I called him a dingleberry. But his nickname was Werthers, which is not a very polite nickname. That's it. Mana paid for by PUBG. Oh, C222. It would fucking make my day if, like, Brendan's next game that he announced after PUBG was like a non-conflict cozy game. PUBG Studio makes gardening for the fucking fun of it. There's no combat. I'm currently busy researching. Leave all the deliveries at the gatehouse and ring the bell. Arabella. Wait. So we just returned from our trip. We've had to ungas Arabella's fucking stinky ass greenhouse. And they're too lazy to hang out. Can't help but feel like we're getting the short end of the stick here. Not even that, Fearless. It's kids just playing on a summer afternoon. It's like Shin-Chan's Summer Adventure or like the Moomin game. Which, I might be getting over my fear of Moomins as I get older. I'll let it go.
Does the Botany Manor family have a family member who married in and who's bad at gardening? Are they a green or brown Tom?
See, you can tell this guy's the text-to-speech is Welsh because he said Tom and not Thom. Which will always make me laugh. Hey! Right, where's the sherry? Cooperation Royale, 100 players set up a big party. But like, what's so funny is that you deal with this whole rush to market, right? You have these big game studios that are desperately trying to be on the next big thing, or trying to chase the current big thing. And again, we know where the markets are, you know. The Cozy Explosion could easily be dominated by some of the larger studios, but they can't see it. And look, I understand where this is. It's all about they're looking for the 100x return, not the 5x return. I don't like it. I'm not for it. They cannot see the value in a title like this because they're chasing PUBG Mobile money. Oh, Sea Trouble 2, you shut your mouth. This Manor's homebrew gin is top tier and you know it. But yeah. Sorry, I guess at this point I'm kind of getting onto my own personal rants and I do apologise. It's just, if you could take teams like this, give them good, stable income and a place to create without fear of where the next funding round is coming from, whether or not they'll be able to fucking eat this month. You could create so many titles like this that would be so beautiful. Like, and with games like this, dependent on how they're created, they're a lot more timeless than some of the larger AAA titles. You know, if this is a good title, this will continue to sell month in, month out for years to come, right? Yeah. Right, Dave, I hear you there. I can hear you. But that's not how this kind of stuff works. And yes, big studios do employ hundreds upon thousands of people, but they're all micro-specialists. They're all a small part in service of something massive that is ultimately unsustainable. Alright, what have we got here? Oh, just a little walking stick. My dear friend, good luck on your trip. I would have loved to have joined you in our younger days, but your tales about the trip will suffice when we next meet. I will never forget the Maria Jackson passage you once highlighted for me. In examining places, you take the authority of others, whereas in botany, as in all. Aye. Other things we can make little progress. Other things we can make little progress if we do not see for ourselves. It's so important that I keep these voices consistent. Well, now you must travel and see some interesting specimens for yourself. I am inspired and looking forward to hearing all about it. Your friend as always, but not enough to come and say hello, Eleanor. Sorry. Look, we've clearly just come back from a trip. No one's even... They didn't meet us at the airport. They didn't meet us at the port. They meet us at the carriage. Okay, hey, Wolfgrad, go get some sleep. I hope when you play this you have a fucking great time with it. I don't think we'll be beaten Botany Manor today. I think this is going to be a lovely Tuesday game. And talk about a perfect background game for conversation. Is this the aristocracy's gone home? We're going to find a hidden basement room somewhere in the house where people say scathing things about our scones. And Red Viking was saying, what qualifies as a cozy game? Well, this is where it gets complicated, right? Because intellectually, you can make a case that anything is a cozy game. In the same way that you can make a case that anything is a immersive sim, if you really want to be a pedantic arsehole about it. Ultimately, cozy game is about vibes, right? And those vibes usually come down to pacing and color palette. They are usually non-conflict based and predominantly feature a bright to pastel kind of color palette. You know, it's not. It wouldn't be impossible to make, say, a black and white cozy game, but it would be very difficult because things based around vibes are predominantly based around like the speed of interaction and the visual elements. But what you personally find cozy is whatever is your comfort game, right? But one must also not mistake bad habit games for comfort games. You know, I'm not against either of them, but, you know, at this point, once you're getting into personal taste, again, you can make the case for anything. In the same way that any food could be comfort food, because it's based on personal taste, preference, time to organize, background, upbringing. I know some people for whomst a curry so spicy that it can be used to melt lox is a comforting dish, because a combination of spice tolerance and upbringing. But for me, that's a physical challenge I have to brace myself for. Also, I'm not going to sit next to this waterfall for a while, because I will need to pee. That's how you know the sound design is good in this. Red Viking says, maybe they couldn't meet you because they're stuck in the trunk. Maybe we're not Eleanor. Someone breaking into the house and just fucking with their plants. I mean, hey, sometimes the difference between, like, good cozy and good horror is just a few plot points one way or t'other. But the other thing that I am besotted with when it comes to the cozy game is its... Cozy games, more than any other, and I'm not going to say genre, but more than any other scene, is so much about the user's experience. They really do trust us to explore and to work it out. You know, we don't have someone in our ear going,
Mega Man, have you been to the manor yet? Mega Man, pick up the shotgun. Go check out the manor.
you know. Sorry, you know what? Actually, let's not get Will started on this. I think it was this time last year, the year before, we did the Resident Evil remake, which was an interesting playthrough. But Duck, Inspect the Duck. Sorry, I got an achievement for it. But it was really interesting that Resident Evil, that really started what would become known as the survival horror genre, did a really good job of laying out these strict rules early on and then just letting you explore. And there are so many titles that would say things like, oh, we're using Resident Evil as our inspiration, and then giving you no freedom and no understanding and no chance to be. Let me guess. Oh, it's open. Survivors of Adversity. Well, that's fucking cute. 2 new plants added. Let's check the book. Okay. So was there only one... Alright, so there was only one plant in... That's cute. As we explore, it draws a little map. So there's only one plant in Chapter 1. In Chapter 2, we've got the Fulgaria. Yeah, that looks like it's going to fucking kill me. And the Ash Plume. I think I ground for those in World of Warcraft. So we've got a lot of clues to find. And both are seed packets. One is in the Grand Staircase and one is in the Rose Garden. Okay. So yeah, I guess it's just time to explore. But yeah, like, look, it even has a similar structure to the Resident Evil mansion. Alright, and here's our little potting station. I'm just going around and sitting. Just fucking love sitting, me. Sorry. But one of the things that I personally enjoy is when games are prepared to give us the chance to breathe in a space, to let us be. I get very frustrated with NPC barks that are always pushing you towards something. And look, I understand it, right? Users are the worst. You want to go back to talking about testing? If you've ever had to do user testing, I promise you, nothing will destroy your faith in humanity quite as quickly as watching people fail at very basic tasks in a video game. Like, and especially people who you would look at and say, this is a smart, articulate individual, or this is someone with games literacy, and then they fail to go to the castle. And predominantly what AAA does is it uses a combination of quest markers, visual highlighting, aka follow the light, and bugs, where you have an NPC character be like, hey, did you check out the castle yet? Give it a few seconds. Man, you should really go to the castle. I become incensed by this. Yes. Well, okay, so Fearless, the video of putting the square blocks in a round hole is a commentary on how you can design a shitload of different systems for users to use, and they will find the one that works and camp it. If it all fits in the square hole, the user's going to use the square hole. And yes, Dave was saying that Horizon's pretty bad for that, is that Aloy does do a lot of front seating. I like front seating. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. There's so many titles. Now, I understand this. The more expensive the game, the more copies you need to sell. The more copies you want to sell because you want to have as least frustrated users as possible. Look at Dragon's Dogma 2, like the whole thing about the Dragon's Plague and stuff like that. And Caffeine, Watto and welcome. How was day 2? Tell us your... Oh, okay, whatever you can talk about, tell us your tales. And Kazale, I almost said Kakazi. Kazale, you know what? Twitch is a great place to see how competent people can fail at basic tasks. I've been told by other friendos that when doing early access campaigns, they will quietly watch streamers play. And streamers are a great one. They're not the best user testers because they will focus on things that users don't. And the rhythm of play is very different. Because, you know, I'm talking to you lot whilst I'm exploring. So the points at which I will linger on are different than what other users would linger on. But I'm also distracted. I am not 100% in this. I'm with you lot. You know, we're in the pub. I'm just not serving drinks. We're talking back and forth, right? And because I'm distracted, it means I'm not paying 100% attention. And so what might be obvious if I was laser focused in can be like some wham. Oh god, Kakazi and Kazale and in. Oh no, my little brain. All right, well, okay, Kakazi, you've got final longship form. I'll just have to pay attention. Fearless was saying, Destiny 1 players shooting up the infamous loot cave. Okay, that's a tangential element about user optimization in the sense that if your game is predominantly based on challenge or number goes up or drops of loot, users will eventually optimize out of the fun bit. You know, the loot cave from Destiny provided users with an easy way to acquire the things that were being dangled in front of them as rewards and incentives. You know, they put the round peg in the square hole. They put the half moon in the square hole, right? Red Viking says they did that cave twice. Got the Galahorn from it, so it paid off. Yup. Now, oh god, there's so many things to be taken from the discussion of the loot cave, but one of the things that's important is that that's something that can be missed in both games testing and user testing, because when you are, and I don't mean this from like early access, I mean this from testing. If gameplay testers are let at it, they are looking for bugs, their mind is on reproduction, they may catch exploits, but those don't really show up until like repeated users. However, users in a playtest mentality are also aware that they don't keep what they kill, right? The items that you get are part of something that will be thrown away at the end of the day. So what is the incentive to hunt for exploits in that same manner? Those are the things that only really show up when users are going for it, because they want the thing, And if they really want the thing and don't want to spend months grinding for it, well, they might just go daka 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 in a fucking cave. Now, jumping back, so for those who know, Caffeine moved out to work in the museum field as they have been trained. And their work has been cut out for them. So the collection stuff is just left all over the place. 2 shelving units of unaccessorized stuff that's severely out of scope. It's a US division museum. Why did someone accept Soviet uniforms? Free Soviet uniforms, I guess. Remnants of a rodent that was very decomposed adhered to the silk lining of a dinner jacket. I don't think Lord Bartleby's going to be allowed round for dinner again. Yeah. Well, so Ark of the Conclave, that is a thing unto a thing. So creating a fake variation of the loot cave to acknowledge a thing that happened is something that I always really appreciate. You know, it's essentially weaving in the community's interactions with the creation of the title, which is, I fucking love it. Oh, sorry, let me just read this out. My dearest Arabella! Well, I hope this letter finds you well, as you set off for London on your important trip. The thought of you in the bustling city, working on your ambitions, both excites and worries me. Time has indeed passed yet. Your determination for your field remains inspiring to me. I never imagined those years ago we'd be writing to each other about in our 5th decade about such endeavours. Oh, I look forward to hearing about your progress, and of course, let me know how I can be of assistance on your return. Your loving sister, but not enough to come say hello, Elizabeth. What? I'm going to be bitter about this. So I guess we're actually playing as somebody in their 50s. That's fucking fresh. Sorry, just Wraith with the old dead rodent in the dinner jacket trick. Classic Jape. And Dave with, you know what? But respect to that decomposing rodent. Got promoted to colonel. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. Caffeine said the rodent was tucked into the inner fold. You know what? I don't know. I don't know what the universe holds for us friends. What things exist beyond our mortal coil and beyond, who knows? Those are problems for smarter folk than I. But what I will say is this. If I came back as a fucking mouse and I knew my time was up, I would die in the most inconvenient place. Like, I'm finding that crawl space you don't know. I'm going into that fancy dinner jacket. I'm flowing up the deuces. Okie dokie. So. Oh! Lady Arabella Green! I am pleased to let you know that your family tree is complete. I'm carefully tracing the history of your lineage. As an aside, Fiona did that for us a few, well, I guess weeks, months ago, in the same way that we did for, like, Obra Dinn. Found out a lot about my history that month. My family is, my American family's from Norway, I believe. And that the spelling of Overguard wasn't as different as I thought it was. It's kind of funny to learn all about, like, connected family tree nonsense. Fiona got basically the free trial of one of those, like, lineage sites and played it like an RPG for, like, 2 days. It was very funny. Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. As per your request, I have altered the customary presentation, now displaying the maiden names of the ladies in your family, rather than their current names acquired through marriage. Yo! We're smashing some shit over here. Should you require any further adjustments, I have additional inquiries. I remain at your service. Yours, Robert Henry, genealogist. Hitchnelly, whatever. Okay. You all understand that, like, in the 1800s, the idea of having a family tree that removes the bloke's name is a very big deal, right? Like, I don't have to explain that one, right? Cool. Oh, sorry, bear with me just a second. So just bear with me a second. And I do apologise for the little hiccups in visuals. It's just from... There we go. It's just from alt-tabbing. And we're back. All history, matriarchy, society, let's go! A lovely little spot. Okay. So something tells me we've got to reinvigorate this tree. I'm not entirely sure as to the why, but find it. Oh, what's this? Great Western Railway, Tewton to London Paddington, issued for return first class. Elderly discount applied. Okay. So is that we're elderly, or the people we're visiting? Fucking Dartmoor! Travel to train by Dartmoor all year round. Nodsky, Watto, and welcome. We're going to fucking Dartmoor. I hope you like rocks and miserable weather. Dartmoor. Breathtaking sights. Breathtaking sights and soggy socks. It's Dartmoor. Nodsky, how are you doing? Watto, and welcome. How was your stream? Tell me your tales. We're basically playing wholesome Botany Obra Dinn. And this game actually slaps. Oh, and Nodsky, thank you kindly. Jenga Jen, lovely to see you. Watto, and welcome. I am absolutely gobsmacked that we have made it to 6 years. And again, our mantra these days is very much to survive till 25. But yeah, Longship Day was real nice. Like, J-Post was incredibly kind and sent through the Slug Cat plushies that I didn't have. So I now have all the Slug Pups from Rain World. All of them. I got a photo of them earlier, but I haven't had a chance to post it. And we played marbles on stream. Nothing super bombastic about that. But we managed to break 4 world records in one stream, which I'm... One of them by, like, 2 minutes. Aww. Well, Nodsky, if you get any, the one you have to get is the Saint. Because I don't know how much Rain World you played, and don't worry, no spoilers, but it's so fluffy. He is the softest and fluffiest of all of them. Yeah. Actually, so Hookshot, jumping back. I made like a little rant on Twitter, on TikTok, sorry, about it, because I'm like, Ubisoft are pushing pre-orders so early. So early. Like, I like the look of Star Wars Outlaws. Ubisoft are not my friends. Oh, well. Oh, sorry, and friends. So Nodsky was paying Palia. Lovely. That's the cutie dinosaurs, like, put together your own little farm type game, right? Is it not? Farming sim, but no dinos. Okay. Sorry. No, so there is one... So Pal World is Pokemon automation machine guns. There is one... Oh, Paleo Park is... what if cute Stardew, but you have dinosaurs as friends? So, not conflict-based, complete cute cozy. Sage has been playing a bunch of it. I'm just going to have to look up which one Palia is. Look... I keep up with games, and even I am losing track of... There's just so many good ones. Angelos was just saying, after hearing the shit Ubisoft put my friend through, I can't trust him. Oh, absolutely. Same. There are some studios under the Ubisoft umbrella, some pockets, where they treat their people good. But, like, predominantly, it's bad news bears. and the horror stories that will come out from the Skull and Bones development. Holy shit! Like, to my understanding, Skull and Bones, or like Ubisoft Singapore, is the worst of all of them, and they get ranked in like bad times. Paley is the online multiplayer farming sim. Okay, thank you, Dice Goddess. Also, friends, sorry, where are my manners? Caffeine, would you mind doing a shout out for Noski and Noakes? God, I need more coffee. Would you mind doing a shout out for our lovely raiders? Doesn't actually have more coffee. But yeah, so let me give you the pitch on this. So this is Botany Manor. It is a wholesome as shit. It's like a cozy take on Obra Dinn. We have returned to our friend's manor, having travelled the world studying plants. They're out for some bloody reason, and we're solving puzzles in different areas based around different plants and how we grow them. They're slightly fantastic in how they come together. And okay, so this is teaching us about pyrophiles. Man, my feckin' dyslexic ass is going to trip over a lot of these. But TLDR, special flowers that only bloom when exposed to fire. So I think it's safe to say the ash plume is going to be a fiery isle. Okay. Painting room is locked. Back Terrence is locked. Terrence! What have you done? Fucking damn. Kitchen. Of course it's locked. Psh. But yeah, I've had a Hawkeye on this one for a while. I forget which particular... Ooh. Fulgaria. I think it was Fulgaria in a terrible thunderstorm. Managed to learn more about its growth requirements. Alright. It's a blurry photograph. Camera experiment 1. I purchased a new camera with a flash lamp to document my flowers. Picture looks a little blurry though. I have to investigate the camera settings. Still bad. Experiment 2. It's so dark it's impossible to see the flowers. I can't believe how quickly I have run out of incredibly expensive flash powder. Oh, here we go. Number 2. Very pleased with this one. So I'm getting the hang of this camera. So something tells me... Yeah, those photographs are going to apply to one of these two. Okay. Notiski, I absolutely hear you. Like, indie games are getting more and more coverage and more respect, and I love it. But, you know, everything that we can do to help our friendos. Honestly, I actually feel like I've been a bit of a shit this year because my main 2 games that I've been playing week in, week out have been Elden Ring and Sea of Thieves. Now, Sea of Thieves is a vehicle for me to bring game dev friends together and talk about what's going on. But also, Sea of Thieves is an indie. Sea of Thieves is a big fucking AAA game, and I love it. And I got friends who work on it, but I can't claim that's indie. So I'm trying to balance things out a little bit. I used to predominantly be weird, fun, good indie stuff, but then if you want to talk about the industry, sometimes you do need to jump into the AAA. And honestly, you know, the path from FromSoft of old to Elden Ring now is an important story that's worth talking about. Well, Jamami, so Pacific Drive is in that mid-tier, right? Like, it's funded, well, it's published small team. I think Pacific Drive team was like 15, 20 people, not all full-time. And they did have a publisher, but they aren't a huge, ginormous, like, entity beefcake. And, God, I love Pacific Drive. I've been taking my time and trying visiting all the areas before we progress the story too far on. But, yeah. Yeah, your small beans. Ah! Drugs. Drugs. No, not drugs. The Art of Painting Part 2. Electric Boogaloo. Fucking Becky! We can't eat the biscuit! Sorry. My chaotic nature does come forth sometimes when playing cozier titles. Okay. So chemical disposal. But I have a feeling this is for mixing very, very specific soil components and whatnot. Nodeski's bouncing between Palia and Helldivers 2. I mean, Helldivers 2 is a big, big game. But it's not as ridiculous as a lot of the monstrous AAAs. And they are currently proving an excellent case study for community engagement that CMs and other people will be able to point to for years. Look, the stuff that Helldivers 2 is doing, it's actually very, very simple in the grand scheme of things, right? It's all about, like, users play matches in place. Number go up or down depending on win or lose. Those numbers get reported to a server. Server changes number from 0 to 1 upon victory. Brilliant. But how their team does their comms and how it's presented to the user, like, I would have predicted Helldivers 2's popularity would have dropped off, but, like, Remember the Creek has been all over my feed all weekend. Remember the Creek. Yes, also, co-op PvE shooter. I feel like had Payday 3 not biffed the launch, they would have been another good case study. But unfortunately, they did not have a good launch. And they're now struggling to play catch-up. I don't have any hate against that dev team. I don't wish them failure, but Helldivers 2's success has probably kicked the chair out from under Payday 3. Sorry, if I said Payday 2, I apologize. Ironically, Payday 2 is still doing good. No cookies, certified not cozy. Right? Can't eat the biscuit, now it's a horror game, right? Some ancient Gaelic... Gaelic? No, it's Celtic, sorry. God, man, I'm just having like a dyslexic hot day. Alright, some ancient Celtic tribes practiced a coming-of-age ritual. This was meant that when someone was considered old enough, it was time to prove them worthy of staying in the tribe. One of these rituals involved picking flowers in the woods. Though not just any flower, of course. The gatherer had to find Fulgaria. This flower is known for only blooming during thunderstorms. Okay, how are we going to simulate a thunderstorm? Keeping a cool head while lightning flashes were striking left and right of you was considered the ultimate test of courage. Yeah, Red, that was what kind of threw me for a bit there. Alright, so the folklore book definitely applies to Fulgaria. Like, we know that. Oh no, and Nodeski, you're absolutely right. The Payday 3 was pushed well out the door before it was ready. And, like, it's so sad to see how Starbreeze keeps falling into its own trap time and time again. Because, again, for those who don't know, Starbreeze was in a bad way after a failed investment in VR and Overkill's The Walking Dead. So they reduced, hyper-focused on Payday 2, which was their successful title, shifted to a games of service business model. Sorry, I shouldn't say business model, development model of just consistently reducing DLCs of varying sizes to bulk out upon the game, and that managed to claw them out of an equivalent of bankruptcy. Oh yes, and Nosuke, you are correct. Deep Silver also popped in to help. And so they clawed their way back with Payday 2. However, much like with some of their other titles that got launched too early, I assume that once they hit an even keel, they were so keen to launch Payday 3 and believed that they could carry their newfound momentum forward. And that was not the case. And then on top of stacking it, good old Helldivers 2 dropped, and essentially changed the game. And Payday as a whole, I don't think it can step to what is being brought forward. Like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because it really does feel like... Oh, what's that the key to? Back terrace, lovely. It really does feel like Payday set a little bit of a new paradigm. Nodeski, if I had the time and a day, I would love to do almost an archaeological study of Deep Silver and how it has handled its properties, because it feels like each property has eventually been mismanaged. So, Darkstalkers is Capcom. Darksiders? The one where they accidentally released like the edgy Zelda that did much better than expected, and then followed it up with kind of like a more of a traditional RPG about death. They had initially planned to do, I guess, all of the four horsemen. Sadly, their last one with War did very, very poorly, and it feels like mismanagement. That users were on side. Dead Island 2. What the fuck happened? Like, obviously people know, and they're probably under massive NDAs, but, like, Dead Island 2 was announced, I want to say, like, 2014? It came out last year. Like, there was clearly, loads of things going on behind the scenes. Now, I don't actually know how well Dead Island 2 has done. I know it has released. I know it is predominantly Epic and console, with Steam release coming soon. And I think we'll get at least my sphere will have a better understanding of it once it drops on Steam. But it definitely is a game that came out. Metro has continued to do okay. I do think they bulked out Metro Exodus's budget well beyond what they should have. Don't get me wrong, I loved Metro Exodus. There's a lot of fucking wasted space in that game. There are so many like bespoke anim scenarios that add nothing. Holy crud. Dead Island 2 was announced in 2014. Oh. Friends, if I could play the It Was a Shit Show from My Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, that's always what I think of when people are like, I can't say anything because of NDAs, but it was a shit show. And yeah, and last but by no means least, Saints Row. Now, from what we understand, Saints Row got sold to Embracer, and Embracer was like, fucking, this is our money-making ticket. Hoffman, Dead Island 2 came out last year. So that is like a just shy of a 10-year development cycle. And if you look at the original trailer and then you look at what they dropped, 50p in a bag of skips. They either changed devs or changed teams or something. Well, so Varbles, it's one of those things where I'm not condoning what they did. I understand why they bailed on Payday 2 on console, because they were in dire straits. And here's the thing. If you release DLC for Steam, Steam's like, just don't put any fucking malware in. Don't put any, like, crypto farming stuff underneath it. Just don't be a dickhead. Whereas when submitting, each console has its own certification process, which you have to pay for. And if you are broke, having to pay 10 or 20k every time to submit, not necessarily to release, but to submit with the idea that you'd be able to release, that gets expensive if your goal is to just bang out DLC.
Hey,
right?
it's been TTTT months already.
Has it been months already? I'm so sorry, I lose track. Andor, fucking thank you. 40 months. God, I can't even put up with me for a day. And at a tier 2, so that's like $10 a month you're throwing at this place. Thank you. But, well, so Rubik's and Varbles, I played a lot of Payday 2. I'm not arguing for it. But this is one of those things where, when we're talking about like the business of video games and the experience of video games, these are two very different conversations. To discuss it isn't to condone it, right? All I can tell you is that Payday 2, they threw the console version out the window and went, we're not dealing with that anymore. And they absolutely doubled down on producing DLC at a consistent rate. This included mods, weapon packs, new heists, new characters. Like, regardless of what you were looking for, there was something for you. They also added the idea that if your friend has a heist, you can play it with them. But if you want the guns, you gotta buy them. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of that, because, like, if you didn't buy the sniper pack early on, bulldozers just ruin you. Like, you could maybe kind of get through them, but you needed someone with a Barrett rifle to make bulldozer go bye-bye. And it became very clear that later balancing decisions were made with all the DLC in mind. So, pay to win is a loaded term, but they definitely created an experience where the difficulty curve took into assumption that you were buying all the DLC. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let's make some fucking flowers. Lady Arabella! Whew, these past few weeks I've been seeing a lot of bright flashes coming from the back room of your house. Scares my cows immense. Oh, sorry, this is the farmer down the road, Farmer Charles. Oh, it scares my cows immensely. I'm thinking there might be a storm coming. My milk production has taken a hit because of this. Well, if you enjoy your fresh milk in your morning cup of tea, I would advise you to keep your flashes to a minimum. Yours sincerely, Farmer Charles. Also, no, I will not be wearing pants. Gotta be careful with Farmer. Farmer turns into pirate real easy. Oh, Watson's flash powder. Blow the shit out of your stuff.
Did you know that Stephen King's son is named Joe? I'm not joking, but he is.
I don't know if that's a pun or a true fact. Either way, I love and hate it. Hey, Nodsky, I've been talking about this. I would not inflict a podcast of me on it, but this is what I do. You know, these things about games are complex, right? Oh, okay. Sorry. Lots of things are firing off. So, this is flash powder, which is empty. However, it contains a 2-to-1 ratio of potassium and magnesium. I have a feeling we're going to need to use flash powder to simulate the flashes of lightning from a storm. Yeah. Oh no, and so Rubik's, you don't have to justify being mad at Payday 2. You're entirely valid. I'm just talking about it from a business standpoint, how they clawed back Payday. They clawed back the company with Payday 2, using a lot of this very, very active not microtransactions, but DLCs. Nodsky, loved you, friend. Thank you for bringing a raid in. Hopefully I can keep your lovely lot entertained. I'll try not to get too loopy bananas with my smash the publishers ranting. And Numbers, have a lovely rest of your day, friend. All right. And Numbers, thank you for the bits as well. Sorry, my manners are all over the place. Okay. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go into the chemicals room and mix a combination of potassium and magnesium 2-to-1 to create more flash powder. And that's going to flash powder bottle. And that's going to simulate the lightning of the lightning storm, right? We don't necessarily need to take the pitch apart, but we can. Alright. Man, that is a comfy looking couch. Ugh. How the fuck are we supposed to do any... How are we supposed to get any puzzle solving done in this game when I just want to sit on the couch and be cozy? God. Your new Lumen photographic flash lamp! Instructions! Fill the container with flash bladder. Close the container. Press the button contained and witness a bright flash. Don't look directly at it.
Got my spectacles.
Alright, so we need to mix flash powder. But I don't think we found all the clues pertaining to this one. Oh, letter from farmer. I think the photograph's part of it. Look at this fucking cat. And we haven't tried playing the harpsichord. Oh! Oh! Got them skills. So I didn't try and see any of the eclipse. Obviously, being in Seattle, there was even really much to look at. But even had there been, I actively did not look into the eclipse. And I'd like to explain why. Back when I was a weean, I saw a rerun of the BBC adaptation of Day of the Triffids. And that shit me up. Who puts a weird lock in the library? And I was trying to remember the other day of like, was it just something I saw as a kid? Or was it something that was genuinely bad? And blocked by tree! Fuck you, tree! I forget which day, but before yesterday I went back and had a look at the original 80s version. Because there's been 3 adaptations of Day of the Triffids, right? The first one was a black and white film colorized, which was, I mean, it's an old movie. Oh, PVS, Watto and welcome. Like, it's not going to readjust your concepts and whatnot, but it was a film. But the BBC adaptation was fucking haunting, and one of the reasons being is because like they went to great lengths to show how bad it would be if suddenly like everyone had their sight taken away all at once. Ah, this is fucking cute. Man, the conversation topic does not match this garden. Of course it's locking outside. Of course I am. And I went back and had a look at some of the clips from it, and they're really brutal. One of them specifically, there's a bunch of people who find a high street like corner shop, or you know, just like your standard kind of like little grocery shop. Hey! From restless roots to potting plants, how are you? What an unwelcome friend. You know what, Jamami, maybe bringing up Day of the Triffids while we're making plants probably isn't a good idea. Maybe that's the final boss. Told you. This is like the Umbrella Manor prequel. Restless Roots, how are you? How was your stream? Tell me your tales. But yeah, there's this one scene where people break into a grocery store and they're all stone blind. If you don't know the premise of Day of the Triffids, a giant, I can't remember if it's an eclipse or there's a meteor shower of red meteors in the sky, and everyone who observes it, or everyone who is like even vaguely looks at it, goes stone blind. And creating this kind of like instant post-apocalyptic setup. And yeah, there's just this scene of people smashing in a window and trying to feel for food. And one person takes like a box of like dishwashing powder, starts trying to eat it. Blah. That fucking haunted me. Cutting the sandwich, that's fair. And the actual Triffids themselves they did a lot of work with haunting shadow and whatnot. Flowering plants in Great Britain. By Annie Pratt. She bloody is. Now, there was another BBC adaptation they did later on, which led more into the horror stuff. That was in like 2009, but that early 80s one got replayed, and for some reason stuck in my little child brain. So one, vines always make me nervous, but two, whenever there's something like an eclipse or a special solar event, that little part of my brain's like, you know, you could go blind from this. You could go blind. Yeah, no, Eagle Lives. I've drunkenly recalled so many stuff. There was a British kids show, not horrifying actually. This was quite sweet. I think it was called was it Green Fingers, where every week they'd grow a special magical seed that had all this cool design and shit on it. Sorry, the reason I'm bringing up my phone is I've actually left it. I've actually left it on my phone in the event of just such a conversation. Green Claws, that was it. And for ages, I was like, man, I remember this Muppet show where it was kind of like Fraggle Rock, but there was no Fraggles and they'd grow weird seeds. No, it wasn't a childish fever dream. It was real. Grand take, can confirm, the eclipse did not make me blind. Although, I mean, if anybody did go blind from it, feels like that's on there. Okay, so we've got the ash plume seeds now as well. Alright. Okay, seed log. Summary of the seeds I've gathered so far. This year and the location I found them. Cow parsley, Backtown Hills, poppy, Cheddar Gorge, buttercup, Stuart Marshes, ash plume, Whitman's Wood, wood anemone, Holdford Combe, wild thyme, Cubbird Wood, foxglove, Fjord Abbey. God. Might as well be calling these little areas like Bimbleton by Crumbly Bottom. I don't think it can get more British. Out along the formal garden! Shit. It's because we're not dressed for the occasion. Does anyone have a dinner jacket? With or without mouse will be fine. Dear friend Abadella! Abadella? Shit, I might need to make another coffee because my ability to read is going strictly downhill. Dear friend Arabella, a friend of mine visited the Americas. Ooh. And brought back a pair of fabulous grey squirrels. They are the latest to tend the garden, and all of my neighbours have sent for them as well. It was a great investment. The 2 squirrels have now started a big family in my garden, full of darling little critters. One thing that I did notice, haven't seen a red squirrel in my garden for some time now. How odd! You must visit soon and see the squirrels for yourself. Ever yours, Grace. Dear friends, do we need to talk about invasive species? Up from the other side. Oh wow, this is beautiful. Up to the kitchen. Like that. Thursday. Jimmy broken on a mortar. The boy really does learn how to grind spice without breaking down my kitchen. Lady Arabella may not be best pleased with asking for a new one. The last mortar took years to be sorted. She's so scatterbrained. It was on the fancy research trips. Okay, that's just some cooking. Yeah, this is the backstory of the squirrel invasion. It's so strange. I brought this lovely decorative plant from my garden, and now all my other plants are dead. Can't work it out. Being British and all, there's no way anything that I choose to do could possibly be wrong. Now, come meet this new squirrel. And these weeds. Sorry. Okay. So we know the ash plant is probably going to need some kind of fire solution. And that the thunder plant is going to need a flash bulb. Let's just pop into the kitchen. Okay. Why does this place make me hungry. I might need to make myself a sarnie soon, friends. The history of Dartmoor. The professor will present how the moor was once covered in majestic forests and woods, how early settlers came to the area and cleared most of the trees for pasturing using fire as a method of choice. It is promised to be a fascinating story of the moorland we know and love today and how it came to existence. Y'all were starved. Oh, kindling. Dear lady, we received your letter applying to study botany at our College of Natural Sciences along with the enclosed drawing. We do not at present, and have never admitted women to study at the college. Botany is a serious science, conducted in laboratories and lecture halls. By all means, continue to pursue your hobby, tending your garden and domestic space where it may be appreciated. Positions at the college are reserved for serious scholars and studies that will grow to be well utilised in a career of botanical experimentation. Therefore, with all politeness, we do not offer valuable positions to amateurs that should otherwise be taken up by genuine academics. Your sign, one fucking wonky bottom twat face. Yeah, that's some good kindling right there. Don't let the fuckers get you down. Ooh. Got some cute little back steps. Hang on, I'm getting way ahead of myself. Aha, see, almost missed this. Hazel's priceless recipes. For the home, farm, workshop, and every department of human endeavour. Roasted chestnuts! Put your nuts on the fire, let's fucking go! Simply place the nuts in a pan above the fire. Wait until you hear the pop. This means the chestnuts are nicely roasted and ready to eat. And we will say no more about that. Fucking all the recipes they could have put in there. Oh, okay. So in here we've got a measuring setup. This will probably be for when we have to... Mysterious symbol. This is the crest we need to put into the downstairs area to access the laboratory where the zombies are being made. Just let their rage heat your home. That's the game legend. Is it a culinary maneuver or a torture technique? Only you can find out. Okay. I have a poem. The ancient oaks stand tall in Westman's wood. Covered in moth, they withstood the test of time. Though none can tell the sorrows that did befell those trees in Westman's wood. There once was a man from Yorkshire. Fucking porcelain duck, let's go! Alright, maybe I shouldn't have more coffee. I can't seem to keep a consistent theme in my mind. I seem to flit between, like, deconstruction of game, the poignant things that this game is saying, and then just going fucking loopy for ducks. To someone special. Dearest Hazel, I picked you some roses from the garden to cheer you up. When you are done with work in the kitchen, will you meet me for a cup of tea in the back of the garden? Pond is lovely this time of year. Warm regards, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Ah. So we've got oak logs, maple logs, cherry logs, and birch logs. Okay. So something tells me that perhaps when we start working on the fire flower, we need to burn it with specific... Okay. Home smoking and curing. How to roll a fatty boombalatti in your home. First, you'll need the dankest of kush, and by which I mean the dankest, the good kush, if you will. Sorry. Alright, the type of wood you use in your smokery is of great importance, though which one to pick depends entirely on your personal tastes and preferences. Burning wood from different types of tree produces different smoke aromas, and this is due to the chemical compositions of each type of smoke, and it has a great impact on the flavour of your smoked food. In summary, choose your logs with care. Yeah, Mr. Bennett is on thin ice. Thin fucking ice. Ceramic duck simulator. Okay. Okay. Smoked food. Yeah, friends, I'm gonna have to make a sarnie soon. I don't know what's going on, but being hungry creeped right up on me. Right up on me. Oh, hang on, I almost missed this. Blessed is the kitchen, by the grace of holy light. May those who enter find comfort and respite. Blessed is the hearth with laughter and with cheer. May the love shared here be held forever dear. May those who serve the Lord, who seek their sanctuary, remember the years of construction, for this, friends, is the key. Oh, by Nicholas Owen. For some reason that makes me want to do shots, and I don't know why. Okay. Did we get another key? I don't think we did. Okay. So for the ash plume, I think this is about Dartmoor, right? The Dartmoor lecture. But over here... Bingo! Okay. So over here, the Fulgaria is all about the flash powder. Okay. And the other ones we found is to do with the ash plume. Alright. I don't think we've got any other keys. So right now, I think that all we need to do is head to the garden, mix up for the lightning powder, take that into the flashbulb room, mix up some flash powder, and then kaboom! Okay. Alright. Come on, little plant. We have adventures to go on. I think I also enjoy, perhaps, I don't know if making the comparisons to Obra Dinn is necessarily 100% accurate, but definitely everything that's kind of been inspired by it, I think is valid of discussion. So a lot of this reminds me of oh, hang on, what was it? Flash powder was 2 parts potassium to 1 part magnesium. Need about 700 grams. Okay. 2 parts potassium, 1 part magnesium. Cool. Hang on, let me mix this up first. Okay, 1 part magnesium. 2 parts potassium. Oh, is there a mixing? You are not mixed. I'm sure it'll be fine. At the point where I accidentally make mustard gas. But no, it seems like Obra Dinn had a huge influence on these, but the way in which we explore and bring the pieces together feels slightly more evocative of the case of the Golden Idol. But that's because it uses the placement of the clues to get you to explore the world and be like involved in the environment, you know? Hang on, let me go put this back first. Don't want to slam it on the ground and just go, another! You know, Earthman Dave, abso-fucking-lutely. I know you know this, and I think all of you know this, but it's such an important point. I think it warrants saying that the low-key genius of Obra Dinn was using 3D without having to make a load of animations. For this, like, what are we actually seeing animation-wise? Doors opening and plants blooming. A couple of interactables, but ultimately, like, our character doesn't have a physical presence in the space. Because there are no other characters to interact. We don't have hands that push buttons. We don't have any bespoke anims. Kaboof. Woohoo! Vulgaria only grows during thunderstorms where flashes of lightning provide bright light the flower needs to bloom. Because of its dangerous gross conditions, not many people have witnessed its beauty. You feckin' cute. So I guess we can leave it in here for now. So okay, so we know that the ash plume needs smoke, but what kind? So with this one, this might be a tough case to crack. I do wish we could bring up the clues from here. Maybe I'm... Because right now what we need is breathtaking sights all year round. Houndstooth, Whitman's Wood, Becky Falls. Yeah, she does. Sorry, that was really bitchy of me. Some firemen's only bloom when surrounded by smoke aromas in their natural habitat. So here it says Houndstooth, Wisman's Wood, Becky Falls. Now I saw Wisman's Wood out this way. Ash Plume is from Wisman's Wood, right? So if we then go to the kitchen, hang on, let's mix up a pot real quick. Fucking go! Over here, by the smoker, cherry logs, birch logs, maple logs. So which trees grow in Whitman's Wood? That's the next question. Okay, Wistman's Wood. Ancient oaks. There we go. Fucking wee! I am so smart. I am so smart. Alright, let's hotbox this shit. What's up, little buddy? How come you didn't bloom? What did I miss? Now it feels like real gardening. No, it only let us do one log at a time. Sorry, little buddy. Let's try that one again. Alright. Scoop the soil. Put an ash plume. Oh, it doesn't like being watered. Because I bloody watered it the first time. Oh, of course. Why would you fucking water a plant that's going to grow via fire? That's some fucking basic Pokemon shit right there. Might need another log. One thing I will also say about this is that the pacing of the puzzles means that I can talk with you lot loads and not get completely absorbed. Okay. The oak logs. still not happy. It's a Wistman's Wood, right? That's where the ash plume seeds came from. Most of the trees were cleared for pasture using fire. Okay. Wait, hang on. Hang the hot heck on. Can we just pick up a seed? One of the things they were saying is that essentially using fire to pop it open. If we pop open the seed using heat, a la chestnuts, then we water the sucker, then we smoke it out. Can't be it. I'm in puzzle mode. Germinate the ashes plume seed. And now... It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Come eat the oak! It's like plant cannibalism. Here we go. Ha ha! Oh, fuck yeah. The ash plume is a periphyll, evolved to survive harsh forest fires. Its seed cracks when opening extreme heat. Afterwards, the oak smoke from its habitat indicates it's safe to bloom. Fuck yeah. What's up, buddy? Oh, a delivery at the gatehouse. I kind of want to put this somewhere, you know? Let's turn this into our little, like, our own little garden in here. Oh, what's there? Well, this way. I'm really proud of our little flowers so far. Although what's interesting is that the first flower that we germinated had, like, an actual active property in the world, as these two have kind of been a challenge. We need to clear out whatever this rotten-ass tree is. So I wonder. God, this game is so beautiful. Alright, once we've gotten our delivery friends, would you forgive me if I went and made myself a sarnie? Because I'm ravenous. Okay. To the orchard. We are pleased to deliver the new orchard key, the new key for your orchard gate. We hope you enjoy the gate. Don't hesitate to visit again should you need further metalwork or decoration from the manor. Never, not allowed. Okay. How dare you sustain yourself? You may, but you must complete the Resident Evil style puzzle to enter the kitchen. That is how traditional British homes are designed, just so you know. What I will do though, friends, is let's head out to the kitchen area and that gorgeous view. If you're going to have to wait around while I make a sarnie, might as well give you a good view of the place, right? Was it by the kitchen? I think it was by the kitchen. No, it was by the upstairs. Well, this is a nice little view here. Could be better. How's the view? Could be better. It's not bad. It's alright. I'm very proud of our little plants so far. And I guess that's the feeling you want from a game like this, right? Don't get me wrong. I know I tend to pick at. No, that's the orchard. I know I tend to pick at Stardew Valley quite a bit. I love Stardew Valley. Don't get me wrong. It's more that after a certain point, Stardew Valley's plants become more about fulfilling criteria and making money than they do about the joy of growing. Like, ultimately, automation removes your involvement, which is fine. My plant. However, with this, each plant that you create is something special. And I found that was a feeling I was getting quite a lot early on in Stardew Valley and other farming type games. And to turn that into a core experience, that's very clever. Well, hey, no, sorry, go get some sleep. I hope you give this a go. It is an absolutely lovely game. And it's definitely worth your time. This is my little collection of plants. I made this. Well, Aiden, kick back, relax. I'm gonna. Where was the lovely garden? God, I'm fucking lost. Well, I was gonna throw you all out to one of the other areas. Because there's the kitchen. Here's the outdoor area. I guess it just continues out towards the gazebo. Oh, there's a little cheeky downstairs over here. Alright. I'm going to get so lost in this place. I get so fucking lost. Here we go. This is a nice little view. Probably not going to help any of you that are trying to stay awake, but... Oh. Hey, legend. Go get some sleep, friend. Have a chill rest of your evening. I'm just going to make myself up a nice little sarnie, and then let's go from there, friends. Let's go from there. So yeah, grab yourself a cup of tea or what you fancy. We're going to keep going for a couple hours yet on this. I got nowhere else to be but hanging out with your lovely selves. So please stick around. Forgive me while I feed myself. Oh no. That was bad. I really need to check the settings on this. Okay. Okay, now I'll be back with you all in just a sec. Hello there. Unfortunately, what I told you was a lie. I went to make a sandwich and then I realised we had pot roast leftovers. So I got meat, I got gravy, I got potatoes, which feels very in keeping with this setup. How you all doing? Okay, so what have we got next? Next is the orchard. Alright. The only downside about this game is that, unlike a lot of like narrative, or I should say VO heavy story games, we're in like a great time to eat when we're playing this. So please forgive me if I stuff my face. Fucking starving. Okay. To the orchard. I believe it's back out this way. And clank, Watto, and welcome, friend. Hello, hello. Formal. Chairs not haunted. Gone are the days. Haunted chairs. Unhinged nonsense. Oh, I keep forgetting I've got a ruddy map. So the orchard... Oh, the orchard is right out the front. One thing I will say is this does a really good job of showing you that strange maze-like quality that a lot of these like British mansions have. That, comparable to other spaces, they aren't as large, but they're constructed in a very odd way that creates this, you know, strange, labyrinthian kind of vibe. Chapter 3, Peculiar Petals. Okay. Time to spend some time in the garden. First, spot of food. Fucking hungry. I tell you, friends, I'm desperately trying not to let any of my bad habit games settle back in. So I've been surprisingly boring. I did clear another difficulty on Balataro or Balatro, or however you feckin' say it. I'm slowly working towards doing all of the difficulties, and I think the red and black deck is definitely the power move, because it's set for flush o'clock. My new thing is that whenever I clear it, endless mode is no longer... Can I make this work? It's, alright, what's all the janky stuff that I wouldn't buy because it's terrible? What have I not unlocked so far? Apparently there's a new patch dropping at some point this week, which, I don't know if it's going to make things easier, worse, or better. I want to make sure I get my victories in while I know how to do them. You don't play Balatro, you live it. Well, the thing is, Air Dragon, I've managed to ease up. In the sense of, like, because of the endless mode, I actually think it's a far more healthy methodology than a lot of the other roguelites. In the sense of, if you get a run going on that game, and you are kicking ass and living your best life, you can then... Excuse me. You can then kind of continue that run through until... You've kind of, until you've seen how far you can take this insane machine that you've built, right? And once that's done, that's a real good point where you can be like, all right, you know what, I'm good, time to go to bed. With a lot of roguelikes, win, lose, or draw, it leaves you with that craving, like, I could have done more, I could have made more. Or, when you have a perfect machine, you're like, I want to keep this going. Yeah, Air Dragon. Balatro Mobile is going to destroy households. I still feel bad for the person who was trying to think about getting into games, and I was like, look, Vampire Survivors is a very good game. It's on mobile. Indeed, Dustin, it does. But because it does that after the point where you have achieved, air quotes, victory, you don't feel like you are robbed. You don't feel like you could have, if I'd only just, like, and again, it's roguelike mechanics, but not for the sake of narrative. So it's different from something like Hades, for example. Hookshot, you should put that in as post-launch into the Sacred Squirrel. Squirrel Survivors. Have a little, like, DLC jam or something. Make some weird games to go inside the title. Dustin, spot on. And again, it's one of the reasons why these discussions are so valuable. Because sometimes the difference between, like, mediocrity and greatness in games is presentation. You know? You could create a game where you try and go as far as you can to see victory, and it may reach a point of frustration with users. But if you create a game where there is an achievable victory point, but then they can keep going until they lose, that is something else. And all you've done is move the goalpost. Right? Hell, one of the things that Vampire Survivors did that's so clever that Witch Survivors did not was just easily recognizable UI elements, right? Because Witch Survivors had everything that Vampire Survivors has. You know, characters, spell types that evolve and then can be combined depending on what else you have. All sorts of cool, interesting stuff like that. But the UI went for a unified vibe rather than clear readable. And, like, unless you're prepared to sit down with a wiki and learn all the different combinations in Witch Survivors, it's very confusing. Oh, sorry. Witch Survivor is a mobile game that Vampire Survivors is, we'll say, loosely based on. It's free on Android. If you played Vampire Survivors, you already know it. And it is fascinating. But it ultimately didn't achieve the same level of success. And that's what's so wild about it, is that the differences between that and Vampires is so small. Biggie. Okay. Actually, let me finish a little bit more food. See if there's anywhere else to sit. Mix it up, you know. Oh, here we go. You must be able to sit over here. Look at this. Look at this twee shit. Sandwich and everything. Oh no, we can't sit here. That's not fair. Sorry. As I said, let me finish my food before we get into the puzzles, because I know me. And I'll say that I'll start focusing on the puzzles. Or I'll just have a look. And then suddenly, my food's ice cold and it's been 3 hours and I've forgotten to blink. I know what these games do to me. Now, one thing that I do think is interesting in this whole conversation about how a few little elements can take something from being to being wah, is how sometimes user requests can end up undermining what it was you were trying to create. So you all know, I love Peglin, right? Fucking love that game. And it's sold great. So we're not critiquing a game that has done poorly. We're not punching down. But Peglin added something to it which I think they should not have. And it is a mode where you get to pick the items and upgrades that you start with. Now, it can only be selected from things that you have unlocked since you finished the game, right? But, excuse me, but what it does is it gives users the ability to construct their perfect machine without the looping roguelike element, which seems good, but it creates a situation where users will do a couple of runs where they've put all their best toys together, crush the game, and be like, alright, I'm good, I'm done. The need to progress through any additional difficulty modes or any additional runs kind of pitters out a little bit. And Exo, you are entirely right. This game is like maximum co's. But it's surprisingly deep, alright? So the TLDR is that this is... What if Obra Dinn was a game about botany? What if you had to grow strange and exotic plants using logic and environmental puzzles? That's the entirety of this game, and it is feckin' brilliant. So Exo, when it comes to narrative stuff, Hades is still the gold standard. That game slaps. It gets it. What I think is worth discussing, let's sit down again while I'm finishing my food. What is worth discussing is that Hades never gives you everything that you want. It gives you a way to nudge things in a direction, but there's still a level of dice roll, right? Like, when you're looking to construct your... Okay, sorry, when I say your machine, what I mean is when you're looking to compile all of the either perks or gods or items or what have you that will synergize in a way that you want, that's your machine. Once you know a game well enough, you're looking for certain pieces to put your own puzzle together. Right? With Hades, you can pick a specific charm from a specific god to try and stack the deck in your favour. But whether or not you are given that one blessing from that one god early on, that's in the hands of the gods. It wasn't actually a run up to a bit, but if it gave you the choice to just choose what you got, that changes it entirely. At that point, there's no mix and match. There's no adaptation. There's no like choice on what you take at what level. And at that point, that's where kind of like the late game play starts to come together. What I found with Peglin is that it let me play some matches where I just got to choose that, and I got my fix. And that was good. The compulsion was gone. The engagement was gone. And again, the only reason I'm talking about this is because, Velatro's doing a lot of very, very subtle things that work that I think could be implemented into other titles very easily. And again, Peglin has done great. That game slaps. It is entirely worth picking it up. Hell, the fact that we don't have a Peggle 3 should prove to you how little EA understands video games. But that's another story. And yeah, Nexo, I think it's fine for certain roguelikes to be a one and done. Kingsway was that for me. Kingsway is what if your fantasy adventure was Windows 3.1? And it's good. And when I finished it, I was like, I didn't feel the need to play through as other characters or classes or what have you. No, EXO, I entirely agree. Building your machine out of jokers is fun. Especially that arranging them in certain ways can change how they all play out. But, again, I cannot understate how, when you win, it goes, hey, want to see how far you can take this? Is inspired. And is something that I feel we should be seeing roguelikes pulling forth. Let people New Game Plus it, but don't have them state endless mode. Let it just be something that carries on. Because endless mode in Slay the Spire is fun, but it gets weird. We got up to Anti-21 first. Damn. I have not broken into the big leagues yet. Boy, have I had fun trying. Please forgive me stuffing my face. Lizzie, I did not say a proper hello. Watto and welcome. And it is, actually, it's been a lovely calm stream. Like, Nodeski and Restless brought in raids. We've been talking about everything and nothing. How the cozy genre recontextualizes concepts that would be used for things like horror or action in a way that just makes it work. And honestly, the only reason I was bringing up Balatro is because that's what I was playing last night. I shift-deleted Tarkov off my system, and hopefully I can stay clean for at least a little while. But actually, it was not healthy. I mean, Tarkov's a bad game. Well, okay, no, bad is strong. It is a game. But when I'm in a self-destructive spiral, it hits all the beats. What was it I was saying? It's like the anti-Helldivers 2, where every part of it is stressful and pressure-inducing. None of it is fun, but all of it is great if you want to not think about things, because you never really get a chance to not... You never get a chance to relax. Oh, excuse me. I tell you, my Balatro beast was getting the telescope, where every time you open a pack of cards, you're guaranteed to get your best suit. Combined with every time you play a planet, you get a 0.1 modifier. And I'm just chewing through planet cards like some kid a toddler who broke into a Magic the Gathering booster pack. Yeah, well, so EXO, Helldivers 2 is artful in why it's fun. But every aspect of it is fun. Shooting bugs go boom. Accidentally killing your friends, it's actually kind of funny. Standing around on the ship, getting your goodies, sorting your stuff, you get all that wonderful, like, parody propaganda. Like, it's funny, it's fun. Like, actually, honestly, if you want an interesting example of, like, how a title starts to move away from fun first, put Helldivers 2 next to Back for Blood. Alright? Compare those two titles in the minutiae, and it is amazing because, like, Back for Blood, on paper, should be the most fun game that anyone has ever made. And it was alright for a bit. But ultimately, its goals, in terms of its balance and what it was aiming for, seemed at odds with let's have fun. You know, I understand that very few of us will work on a game the size of Back for Blood. But I do think there's a lot of interesting lessons to be learned from those titles. And here's the thing, Back for the Blood. Back for the Blood did all right. To my understanding, it sold good. Turtle Rock are fine, but that was a game that felt like it was destined for greatness and kind of like tripped on its own cape. And I think a lot of it comes down to its progression system, very much based around repeat play with no focus. How instead of creating a situation where every playstyle is valid, it created essentially informal character classes and created a meta around those that users just kind of had to learn, which is more evocative of Magic the Gathering, but meant that as you progressed further from start, it kind of alienates people. Like, again, if you're playing Helldivers with somebody who is playing for the first time, don't rush around and do everything. Have fun, get silly with it. New players don't want everything sorted for them. They want to get silly with it. Alternately, if you're looking to start playing Helldivers 2, play with other people who are also looking to start playing if you can. But yeah, if you still have Back for Blood, play like 2 or 3 hours of it, if you can. Then go play 2 or 3 hours of Helldivers 2, and it makes sense, right? It just makes sense. I don't know, it just... When something like Helldivers becomes massively successful, everybody's got a hot take. Everybody knows this is why it's successful. I don't know. So far, I haven't seen anybody that's really been able to point to X or Y and get it. Now, let's make some weird fucked up flowers that save the world or something. I don't know. Dear niece, I have gathered a selection of my cherished toys, books, and among them, my beloved Piggy. I highly recommend the nursery rhymes as they are charming and educational. Though I'll take no offence should they put your little one straight to sleep. With all my affections, Auntie Abra. Regard, Piggy. The wolf glove. High on the mountain top so steep grows a flower that's hard to keep. Its petals are delicate and bright, whistling in the wind with all their might. The mountaineers who climb up high listen for the whistles as they try to find their way amidst the snow and reach the summit, cheeks aglow. Unfortunately, they fucking die. Sorry. With every step they hear aloud the wolf clubs howl clear and proud, guiding them through the paths unknown to reach the summit and call it home, because that's where their corpses froze the end. Just remember, friends, on Mount Everest, there are an exceedingly large number of corpses that once had a can-do attitude. Well, so, EXO, it's going to be interesting to see how Stellar Blade does. We talked about this a lot on Friday, that the attempted, controversy farming of it didn't sit well with me. That's a technique that, especially considering how toxic things are in social media spaces, that doesn't land well with myself. But it has the potential to be a very fun game. And one thing that I do appreciate is that the air quotes skin suit, the barely covers nature's glory suit, gives you no armor and no protection because you are wearing basically pasties into combat, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate the idea that something that is clearly being put in for the male gaze is at least being acknowledged within its own universe. Yeah. Angelina, Watto, and welcome. And Dustin, you're all good. Dearest Arabella, how are you getting on in the garden? Hope it's not too much for you in your own these days. Our mutual friend, the devil, mentioned you might be struggling to germinate the ash plume. Have you tried making sure there's fresh compost in the pot? Stubborn seeds often need that to grow. Have you tried making sure there's dirt in the pot, rather than just rattling a pea around in there? I'll visit you sometimes, and perhaps I can find a way to crack the seed for you. I'll show you the book I've been working on at the same time. Yours sincerely, Charles Tucker, Squire. Already cracked it, Dinkleberry. Okay, so what have we got here? Pixie tears. I think I once had those in Trip's tits. Oh, well, Angelina, at least you're writing. And if you're evoking an emotional experience, that means your writing is good. Alright, notes on soil additives. Sometimes I need to add a little extra nutrients to the soil. I found the following mounds work best with my different pots. Well, that's going to be very important in a bit. Dustin says, Stellar Blade's toxic ass cup. Yeah. It feels very, very forced. And I don't know if it's a misunderstanding of the current gaming ecosystem or if it's an intentional play, but I'm not going to write the game off. I'm not going to yell at people that are enjoying it. You know me. But I will say that I find it very tiresome. So sorry, if you haven't seen what's been going on, is that there's basically been this attempted farming of controversy around Stellar Blade, predominantly based on its female protagonist, who is wearing a smile and a prayer most of the time. We talked about this a lot in terms of the matrix of sexiness, right? And sadly, Stellar Blade doesn't currently sit on the good side of the matrix of sexiness, or the sexy matrix, if you will. If you weren't there for the day, let me see if I've still got it. Here we go. Basically, the sexy matrix works like this. On the mid-axis, we have agency. This is how much agency the character has over their own sexiness. And across, we have the sexiness of the world. That is to say, does the world, the environment, or the situation they're in support their sexiness? Alright? So Bayonetta is a sexy character in an unsexy world. However, it is made predominantly clear that they have agency, right? Whereas the cast of Devil May Cry are in an unsexy world, a fight to the death tournament, but it's all jiggly jangly boobies. And a lot of those, at least in the early Dead or Alive, a lot of those character designs ran counter to them being fighters. If that makes a weird sense. So we use this kind of like this matrix to work out like, are these sexy characters cool, or like are they making me feel uncomfortable because this feels exploitative a little? You know what I'm saying? And like Stellar Blade's not egregious. Ooh, Ed Clampton, Foxglove, Primrose, Hyacinth, Spring Dance Shrub. Pixie Tears. Oh, interesting. Doesn't seem to have a finished. Bluebell. Cradle Fern. Tincture of iodine. Perfect for preparing Microsoft slides. Fuck me. Sorry. Yeah. Well, so EXO, the interesting thing is that the Dead or Alive beach volleyball games semi-recontextualize in the sense that it's a sexy world. Like, hanging around in your Speedo at a fight to the death tournament in a broken car park feels ill-advised. You know, you'd probably want to have something covering your torso in case Thrower McThrowerson throws you on the ground, which is, again, broken tarmac. Whereas, if the plan for the day is just we're going to play some volleyball, fuck it. Get your swim trunks on. Throw a Speedo on, right? Like, that makes sense. Like, you know, again, sorry, we're kind of restating a lot of things we've talked about in the last few weeks. You know, the Tifa redesign is probably one of the better examples of, like, recontextualizing with character agency. Okay, so in the world of plants, the sun is the ultimate source of energy. Chloroplasts, small organic cells in the plant responsible for capturing the light, converting it into sugar through photosynthesis. Okay. However, not all plants have them. Some plants rely on organic matter for energy to add, not photosynthesis. Okay, so what we're learning is the first plant that we picked up, this Mother Hubbard, the Pixie Tears, doesn't use photosynthesis predominantly for sugar production. Okay, so that means, I guess it needs more nutrients in the soil, but as we discover. So I haven't even started Bayonetta 3. Oh, Bella received a request for repairs to the roof of the garden tower. Alas, I must confess, I'm not the man to undertake this task. It may have escaped your notice. The tower in your orchard is known to locals as the Turbulent Tower. It is believed that poltergeists dwell within the walls. Legends say the spirit is evil, brings ferocious winds upon anyone who dare enter. I don't provoke the wrath of the ghosts. I advise you refrain from meddling. Yours, Willie the Builder. Builder Willie. It's like Build-A-Bear, but very uncomfortable. The Hair Dragon just saying, as someone who plays an actual fighting LARP, Boba are at a distinct disadvantage with certain fighting styles. Most two-handed weapons are straight up no good. Yeah. But, sorry, not but. I absolutely understand. And again, this is why Tifa's redesign was so good, because, like, Tifa had redonkulous Boba in Final Fantasy VII. And what they did is they were like, alright, Tifa's a brawler. She beats the fuck out of people with fists. Alright? Rather than change the proportions, we just looked at it sensibly. So Tifa has a sports bra now to keep her from knocking herself out. That's a thing that makes sense. Alright? Yeah, Vanderbeest. This is the thing. Much like the speed of light, it is impossible for TTP to approach zero. However, it is possible to get close to zero. You can never move faster than the speed of TTP. But yeah. So Stellar Blade kind of sits in a weird space where it's not egregious, it's not offensive. In fact, it's, in terms of like sexy character design, it's predominantly mid. But they did try and stir up some controversy. And that's a technique that always leaves a foul taste in my mouth. Oh, actually, so XO. Sitting down and playing Obra Dinn in one sitting with a pot of coffee is brilliant. It is not the best way to play, because there is one slight thing you can do to make it even better. There is it. 1,000-year-old vampire. Watch his journal. Ship of Theseus. Oh, I know it's here somewhere. Ah! There is one thing that you can get that it just makes it perfect, and it's this. This is a physical copy with maps of the in-game book from Obra Dinn. If you get the chance to pick this up, it is gorgeous. And honestly, playing through Obra Dinn with someone with this, it's gorgeous. To Sean the Sheep, the game is going brilliant. TLDR, this is what if Obra Dinn was really fucking cozy. Sorry, I know that's a little bit of an oversimplification, but it is the closest thing I've come to comparison. It's a little bit more explore and extrapolate than, say, like the Case of the Golden Idol and stuff like that. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. We've just gone into the orchard. We're taking it nice and easy because we've been having some really good conversations, and also I had to eat because it turns out, I don't know if you know this, People have to eat. EXO, it's on Fangamer. I don't want to alt-tab in case I go into the Shadow Realm again, but if you have a look on Fangamer. Now, I will counter I will counter that with a cursed book that you do not need in your life, and that is the Book of Morbin. It's Morbin time, said Morbius. That's it. The whole thing is just unhinged nonsense, starting with the verb. Morbin. Okay, EXO. See, I'm glad. I knew you were a person of taste. Ghosty says, no way, who did this and why? Who did this would be Sammy Williams of Las Vegas. And why? Why not? Jared Leto can make lots of money being very creepy on the television. Surely we should be allowed to make a few pennies off of his worst movie. Yeah, Air Dragon, I know. This is shocking. And Lizzie, thank you for finding the link. Is it still in stock? Oh, no. Well, they do restock it pretty frequently. And Ghosty, sorry you had a terrible day at work. The game is gorgeous, the company is excellent, and the conversation is jumping. We were talking about boobies. No, we're talking about a lot of things. Oh, Tower Wind research. Oh, okay. So this is something that would allow us to control the amount of... would allow us to control the wind speed in the tower. Now, it could be one of multiple flowers, but let's keep exploring. No, this is definitely not a... this is not a Martha Stewart gardening game by any means. This is... this is ever so slightly out of reality. It's set in the the end of the 1800s. You play a femme-presenting botanist, having returned from great adventures. Ooh. Oh, we've got a key to the painting room. Lovely. Lady Arabella, as you can see, the staircase to the orangery collapsed in your absence. I have already written to the builder and hope that he wants to sort it out, though I know he can be difficult to pin down. I do apologise if this is getting in the way of your research. I don't suppose you can find another way at the bottom level. To grow something. To Arabella Green, Botany Manor, Somerset. From Matty Golding. Ooh. Dearest Arabella, we made it to the Alps! Ah, it was so sad that you couldn't join us this time, but we understand you're so busy working on your herbaranium. Yesterday we were lost in a hike until suddenly we heard a strange whistling tune. We followed the sound and soon enough we discovered it was coming from a tiny flower. Ah, if only you'd been there to tell us what kind of flower it was. Your loving friend, as always, Maddie! Jamomi, that's a really good way of putting it. This game is a slight hint of whimsy in a world of like puzzles and plants. All the plants themselves are not of this world. Hang on, let me show you what we've made so far. I won't say how it's done because if you're nipping in, I don't want to spoil any of the early puzzles. But yeah, these are the 3 flowers we've made so far, and the solutions to growing them were fascinating. All right. I think we have the ability to do like power jumps or anything like that. But there's another seedling down there. Oh, and there's that weird lamb. Currently, this could be a prequel to the Resident Evil series, for all we know. But I have a feeling that what we need to do with this, with the whistling one, is essentially create a situation here where we we tweak the wind speed. Of course, the barometer is broken. Of course I am. Good. Fucking liability. Okay. Alright. Oh, there was another area down this way on the orchard, which I haven't checked yet. Clank, I'd love to take credit and say that was intentional. Exo says, speaking of Resident Evil, I think 9 is on the way. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. 8 sold great, and Resident Evil's been basically printing money for Capcom. Although, here's one thing that I did find was fascinating, is one of the largest critiques that I saw of Dragon's Dogma was based around its payment methods, that you could buy in-game items and stuff like that, which is something that you can absolutely do for the Resident Evils. I thought that was interesting. Yo, Vernflow, what if this is Norman Reedus freezing to death on a fucking hill, just hallucinating, just being like a, Downton Abbey character? Ah, okay. Some weird-ass looking fruits, but alright. Cider making and apple blending. Oh, we are getting fucked up tonight! Yeah, you get me, Red Viking. It's the Brazil ending. More games should do that. And have a dog ending. Every game should have a dog ending. Okay. Nobby Russet, Danet, Foxwelt, Brown Snout, Pittsman's Pine, Cat's Head, Kingston Black, Greenup's Pippin, Lord Peckover, Seymour's Delight, Bitter Green Streak, Merlin's Mist. Whoever did the writing for this must have had the best fucking time coming up with, what's the most British sounding cider I can come up with? Greenup's Pippin! Lord Peckover! Oh, I can't wait for some Lord Peckover! Fucking what? Oh. He's the different kinds of appet. The knobbly russet. Damn it, Foxwell Brown now. King's Black Green up. Lord Peckover.
Merlin's Mist.
Exo was asking, I think, the Silent Hill 2 remake is going to have the dog ending. Look, I want to be proven wrong. Oh, okay, so we actually make cider presses here. Interesting. I would love to be proven wrong. I don't have high hopes. One of the things that the Resident Evil remakes have understood really well is where those games fit in games' history, right? By which I mean certain parts of those titles were trying to do different things and had different impact. So, like, Exo, I understand you didn't like Resident Evil 3, that's fine, but Resident Evil 3 was kind of the Pacific Rim sequel of its setup, in that it felt like it was supposed to be very similar, but ended up being a strange action beast all its own. You know, Resident Evil 2 is a continuation of Romero-style zombie philosophy. I mean, the original Resident Evil and original Resident Evil 2 was the alone in the mansion with the zombies to the Night of the Living Dead. Zombies have taken over the town. What are you going to do? At a time when no one else was doing that. The Resident Evil 2 remake took that vibe and carried it through, right? with Resident Evil 3, that was your James Gunn action movie. That was your post. I guess it was technically pre-zombie survival, but it was on the cusp. Like, it is a daka gunfire style game, and so the remake absolutely embodies that. You know, Leon Kennedy is still the scared rookie surviving the city in Resident Evil 2 remake. In the Resident Evil 3 remake, Jill is now a hardened zombie fighting veteran. You know, she isn't a scared numpty. She's a fucking, you know, John McClane on steroids. You know, she's officially crossed over into action character territory. Oh wait, I got another key, didn't I? Oh, the painting room, that was it. You know. Oh yeah, no, EXO, give me a remake where we get to see Chris punching a boulder. Because, like, Chris could have gone to therapy. Instead, he went to the gym. Alright? Oh, this is pretty. Man, imagine if Layers of Fear wasn't terrifying or fucking terrible. Now, the reason I bring this up is not to diss on any of the Resident Evil stuff, but I don't know if the team remaking Silent Hill understands where Silent Hill 2's cultural significance comes from. I think they're going to make something that is very visually faithful to the original. I think they're going to emulate the mist and the characters and the monster models very well. I think they're going to miss on how Silent Hill 2 was a fucking absolute subversion of expectation. Because Silent Hill 2 is post Resident Evil 2 and 3, right? This was Konami being like, oh, if you want to be the action franchise, we're going to be the A24, alright? You want to be Romero, Daka shoot zombies, we're going to get in your fucking head, alright? It's that difference if I can't see them understanding where it's coming from. So I'm not confident. I think they will make a faithful reconstruction, but I don't think they will be able to do what the Resident Evil 2 and 4 remakes have done. I don't think they can take it and go, alright, why was this good? Why did it have impact? You know, the broken radio that tells you that enemies are on the way. The absolutely unforgiving combat, which early on serves to underline the fear. Like, I don't think they'll be able to get through that title without heavily telegraphing what's going to happen. Sorry. And again, I'm not saying this to... I'm happy to be wrong. I was somebody that predicted that Helldivers 2 was going to eat shit. Alright? I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. Fred Watto and welcome. Yep. This is my British Breaking Bad. Although I've heard that there is actually a show on Netflix called The Gentleman about growing weed in a stately home, so... no, so Fred, this is like, what if Obra Dinn was wholesome? We basically have to work out how to grow very special, very whimsical plants to solve puzzles, and it's really good. Alright, well, alleged. Buckle up, be well, fight well. Personally, I just filed for an extension this year because otherwise, if I tried to have my shit done by the deadline, I'd fucking die. Okay. But yeah. I guess what I'm saying, EXO, is better to have one's expectations low and be surprised. Because, like, alright, I will critique Blooper Team's work all fucking day. Layers of Fear was one Fulstrom culling technique used ad infinitum. And let me tell you, by the time you hit Layers of Fear 2, You know, sometimes when somebody jump scares you, and they try and jump scare you again within seconds, it felt like that for 2 games.
Lay down. No.
Amos is being terror. With Silent Hill, you have to be able to let it ruminate. You have to be able to let that horror, that fear seep in. You know, the confusion, the twisting of it. You have to be able to give users a very simple idea and then let them breathe in this without telling them. And sometimes individuals who are inspired by other works, it can be difficult for them to see where something is coming from. Sorry, I don't. You know what? I'm labouring the point. Dear Mrs. Green, your research proposal on the structure of coastal plants was of quaint interest. We have no plans to fund small projects like this, but perhaps if you are set on botanical field, you might assist Professor Montague in his work on the British meadow orchards. I'm sure your natural aptitude for domestic duties will be much appreciated. Might I also recommend John Lindley's book, Ladies' Botany, or A Familiar Introduction to the Study of Nature and the System of Botany. It is an elementary book for unscientific readers, and one I have heard is suitable amusement for ladies such as yourself. Being a mother who wishes to teach her children about plants. Respectfully, Floppy Wobnobbly Bollocks Bastard. See, here we have the person we're playing as who's like actually researching and breaking fields while repeatedly being told it wrong. And I do need to apologise. Sean, I did not see you throw a follow in. I don't think I said hello. Yes, and Ghosty, like, this is set during the end of the 1800s, so the rampant sexism is a quaint way of grounding us. This also creates a lovely little, like, why we right, they wrong. Ah, I just got it. My dearest Annabelle in Gardens Fair, your grace is the scene of a flower rare. Your presence beams with radiant light, like a lily's charm, so pure and white. Your hands are like petals, soft and fine, and a tender touch of love divine. And in your eyes are brilliance glows, as daisies fair in spring repose. How I long to have you near to cheer. Friends, I made myself laugh. The fact that you lot are here is a wonderful icing on the cake. Oh, how I long to have you near, to cherish you, my heart's sincere. Like roses freshly cut, you'd be the trophy of my home, with glee. The last bit doesn't rhyme. I fucked it up. So you're saying you want to disembody me and put me in a pot. It's not very romantic. Botanical painting. Okay. Oh, got some more study materials over here. Flower painting in watercolour. Yeah, no, I mean, Jamami, this is the thing. If this game ends with her creating the Triffids or, like, you know, the Las Pagalis or some kind of man-eating, you know, super plant, like, I'm on board. If this really is the start of the Umbrella Corporation, who wants shares? Oh yes. So just very, very quickly, XO, I love these discussions. I think that video games are a fascinating medium, and they've evolved so quickly that they are really worth talking about. You know, Resident Evil as a franchise would probably be one of my doctorate topics if I had the time to pursue such a thing, because it is something that has both set trends and desperately tried to follow them in equal measure. And I think the discussion of all of this is incredibly valuable, you know. Horror is something that smaller creators can attain, but the reason being is because it's not about technical discipline. It's about utilizing techniques that we have. Horror isn't about having a 1,000-person team pushing the the limits of technology. It is about utilizing the techniques that we know and have in brilliant and clever ways. Like, if you want really good, the mortuary's assistant should be taught in schools. It's incredible. And just saying, I wonder if they bring up the fern craze of the 1850s. Well, they've already brought up the importing of grey squirrels because they're just so cute. Anyway, Lady Arabella, I was wondering if I could join Mr. Bennett in town late this afternoon in order for a new kitchen scale. The one we have is rather ancient. I'm afraid it's not suitable for measuring flour to make my delicious scones. If you could let me know your decision by the end of the afternoon, that'd be lovely. In your service, Miss Patson. Indeed. But, so, Ark of the Conclave, the reason why I've referenced this is because, like, we can talk all day about Helldivers 2 and MMOs and huge, sprawling AAA titles. You and I cannot make that. We could maybe make a very, very low-budget indie divers-esque thing. But when I say it would be rough and ready, it would be rough and ready. Whereas horror is obtainable as a small or solo creative because the feelings that you try to invoke and how you invoke them are very clear, you know. And they're not as much limited by budget and technical ability, but the implementation of the knowledge we already have, right? Same with platformers. Symbology! A story wherein a discerning reader will find the history and use of religious thousand symbol for whatever. Okay. Oh! The Anus Dei. A Catholic symbol. Oh, it's the Lamb of God. That's fucking clever. The Star of David. The Wheel of Dharma. The Lamb of God. And the ham sandwich of Mike. He left it on the fucking page again. Mike! Stop leaving your fucking sarnies out! Okay. So aside from being dissed and dismissed... Okay, we haven't... So we need to get into the orangey to find the wolf glove. But the wolf glove is apparently a whistling... A whistling plant. So anything about the Alps, anything about those kinds of nonsense would be quite useful. The pixie tears. Well, we know. Okay, so we know that pixie tears don't have the fancy big long word for. Did I miss anything in here? Did we get the key to the orangey? No, we found the mysterious symbol. I almost said mitochondria, that's wrong. It can't photosynthesis, so it does need other things. So that's the whistling foxglove down there. It does appear to be a place to head on down that way. But we can't parkour. Okay. See now, XO, I do understand what you're saying. As someone who frequented the RPG Maker scene back in the 2000s, RPG Maker 95 and me, we were good buddies. And then kept an eye on the scene during like the 2010s. I know what you mean in that a lot of people put a lot of hours into trying to make RPG Maker horror titles, and very few of them hit upon it. But I'm so glad that we had that whole scene because I think we learned quite a lot from it. Okay. I feel like we've missed an area. I know that was... Because at this point... So we know that, therefore, you have to add a certain amount of sugar to the soil when cultivating these plants. So to cultivate the pixie bloom, we need the correct amount of sugar. The sugar we'll get from pressing apples. But I feel I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. Do you know what I mean? Because here's the grams of sugar in each one, including how the low and high tannins and acids, right? Well, so Shadows, it's the cell inside the plant that performs photosynthesis. Apparently the plant we're trying to grow doesn't have that. So they can't turn the light into sugar, so they need sugar in the soil. The apples here will be how we deliver the sugars, right? Okay. But what we haven't found yet is the last piece. The piece that says how much sugar is needed. Oh, I'm a fucking fool. No, we have been told. Ha! I should have made myself a cup of tea when I was making food. We have been told. I'm just fucking stupid. Yeah, so Fearless, you're right. This is a plant that would have evolved to grow around fruit trees. So look, sometimes you need to add extra nutrients to your soil. I've worked out the amount that fits best. 97 grams. Right, 97 grams pot. Right? So we take an empty pot. We're basically going to compost an apple. So we need 97 bits of sugar. If we have a look over here... Oh, math! Ugh. None of these produce 97 exactly. We have to crush the apples together to make it. Fucking numbers! Well, so EXO, it's like Obra Dinn in the clues into how to make each plant. You have to lock them in. Just divide by 0, be fine. Alright. Where's my favourite notebook? Oh, I just had it. Hello, River. What's up? You want to come help me grow apples? Yo, you want to help me grow
Captain
apples?
on the bridge.
Whoop! Neo Shadow, Watto, and welcome. Hello, River. I got this at a Goodwill, and it says, "Snap out of it, babe. You got a world to take over." And I got this for doing game puzzles and or Illuminati work. Okay. Time for Botany Manor. Okay, so we need 97. We can only use each apple once. Was it 97? Hang on, let me just check to make sure we got the set up. Yes, Angelus. Or at least so far as it's been explained to me, that in real world, like, most plants that don't make their own sugars are tapping into soil fungi or other plants to get energy. Yes, a lot of weeds are parasitic. Okay, so we need 97 grams of sugar. I thought I saw a 27. apple. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. Sorry, Neoshido, where are my fucking manners? Thank you. That's 64 months. That is a fucking ton. And at a tier 3. It's $25 a month you're throwing over here. Jesus, I appreciate it. Thank you. Come on in, friend. Come on in. We're solving plant problems in what is basically like, what if Obra Dinn was super cozy? Okay, so we've got Merlin's Mist at 27. Nobby Russet at 40, which would put us up to 67. And then Cat's Head at 30. There we go. So we'll do a Nobby Russet. A Nobby Russet, a Cat's Head, and a Merlin's Mist. Get crunk on cider. Okay. Let's hope that this works. Alright, so this is a Nobby Russet. Where's a Cat's Head? Cat's Head's got the little feeties. Oi! Yeah, Cat's Head, number 6. That's not a Cat's Head. It's a Paston Pine. Oh, here we go. Cat's Head, got the little feeties. And a Merlin's Mist. Just don't say anything. Just don't say anything. Shh. Everyone shh. Shh. Say nothing. Fuck. Cat's feeties. Merlin's Mist. And a fucking knobbly bollock or whatever it was. No, Fred, no trouble here. No idiot mistakes. Everything is fine. Fuck! This is why I don't garden. So I thought it was the mulch that the apples needed to then plant into. I was wrong. Thought it would be that would cause it to germinate. I was wrong. Just overthought myself out of victory. Aww. Isn't that fucking cute? Grow the Pixie's Tears. Pixie Tears is no longer contains chlorophyll, which is, yeah, they take sugar from the roots, can be found in apples from illusions. Alright, come on, butterflies. Going on an adventure. I'm gonna put this in the sun. I mean, more than it's worse than that. It's just an empty pot that's a fucking hole in the bottom. Didn't even bother to germinate the fucking fly. Alright, we'll put this here for now. But now the next puzzle... How in the hot heck do we get down there? Now, we saw the symbol earlier, right? And the symbol... Where did we see the lamb symbol? Was it in the kitchen? But we know that that symbol is related to the Lamb of God. That old wanker. Okay.
Is it bad I'm half expecting some kind of elder god type of plat to show up, demand to be fed, and start calling you Seymour?
Feed Miss Seymour. It is not wrong. It is not wrong at all. I'm just saying, like, I think that's the reason why we didn't play this game yesterday, you know what I mean? Okay, we don't know how... So there's something about scones, right? Scones and this little broken contraption here. Envelope stamp. Alright. There's something we've not found in the orchard. Two things we haven't found in the orchard. Pot notes. Oh, the note was in the painting room. And then I need to go explore the orchard some more. Okay, I think it was over here, right? Delicious scones. Angus Day. We don't actually know the weight of a scone, right? Like, we haven't... To my knowledge, we haven't been told... Because here's the thing. I think that the flour... the scales in the kitchen is what will unlock the entrance into the back here, which is where we'll find things in the orangey. But alright, we just got to go on a scour through the orchards. Alpine exploration, so that's the other one. In-town research. Hey, well, it's simple chaos. Pour yourself a glass of what you fancy, like tea, water, alcohol, what you fancy. This game is glorious puzzles, and it is wonderfully calming. Let's see if there's anything up in this tower that we haven't observed yet. This is rickety as shit. No, sorry, I'm bacon. Okay, hookshot. Thank you for gifting us up to Simple Chaos. That's very kind of you. Now, you don't have to worry about any fucking problems. And Bacon, I did not say thank you for those bits. I am amazed that you have any bits left. Any of you do. I'm surprised that Mr. the Twitch has bits left over. So we've missed two things in the orchard. Alright. Let's get to investigating. Definitely read this. Willie and his bloody poltergeist. Can't sneak through there. Oh, I guess we didn't read this one. Lady Arabella, thank you for inviting me to Botany Manor last Monday. As a historian, I found it wonderful to see an authentic medieval manor, especially as one is as beautiful as yours. Apologise again for not being able to locate the priest hole.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark-Billy Shredder.
Apparently, friends, the magic word is priest hole today. Simple Chaos, that's very kind of you. You got Failhammer, 7 Sunless Days, Trista Twister, Phoenix Lennox, and Restless Roots. I can't help but notice there was a fucking theme with you, with your chosen gifts. Seriously, that's fucking kind of you, thank you. I mean, you'll know this is what keeps us alive. I'm really fucking grateful. And again, I'm amazed any of you have anything left after Longship Day. Illustrated History of England. Priest holes, lol. Back in the Middle Ages, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, all Catholics were persecuted by law. Therefore, some households built secret rooms in case they needed to hide a priest that was
Re-enter
visiting her.
online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Can we not talk about the priest hole?
I'm sorry, that's where the game is taking us. You know, sometimes you just gotta hammer around blindly until you find that priest hole. Immortal Len, how are you doing, friend? And thank you for 27 months. Settle in. Sorry, my apologies. Record award-winning Marbles on Stream athlete, Immortal Len. And Simple Chaos, you've got nothing to make up for, right? Longship Day was just a big old celebration of us, alright? You know, we've been going 6 years now for realsies. Hell or high water. And honestly, friends, like, I'm glad things weren't too ridiculous, because things have been very difficult over here. And you lot, this continues to be both the highlight of my day and my entire fucking social life, so thank you all. Alright. Okay. Priest hole, blah blah blah. Only the owner of the house and Nicholas himself knew about the location. Because of this, it is thought there are many undiscovered priest holes throughout England to this day. Ooh. Okay. And Vass's Dance. Orchard Mosaic. Interesting. So the Orchard Mosaic seems to have something in the realm of... Okay, so we've now found most of the clues. Do we know anything about the weight of a scone? Or scone? God, your words have infected my mind! Because we can't currently grow the whistling flower because it's in the orange room, the orangey. Priest holes are a perfectly acceptable part of British architectural history. Enough snickering at the back. Yeah, I'm watching Shogun currently, and I think Fiona's seen like the first episode. And having to explain the whole Catholic-Protestant back and forth is certainly a challenge. Okay. BBT? BBT by Nicholas... Gifted by Nicholas Owen. How does BBT equate to weights? BBT. Bacon says something memorial stream, plant game, missing Daisy, something. It's alright. You don't have to be on all the time, Bacon. The whole Bacon Avenger memorial... Oh, so if you missed Longship Day, after we finished on stream, we were just playing Jackbox and stuff like that. And it just descended into Bacon Avenger jokes. So, congratulations, you are the new... Has anyone seen a backpack? Okay. BBT. Because look, this is by Nicholas Owen. We know Nicholas Owen installed the priest holes. Or at least stuffed priests in priest holes. there's the lamb, which is a Catholic symbol. So we know that this is all coming together. Blessed is the kitchen, grace of holy light, blah, blah, blah. Laughter and cheer, love shall here, blah, blah, blah. Oh, for those who serve the Lord, who seek their sanctuary, remember the year of construction. For this, friends, is the key. What's the fucking year of construction? Oh, Dingus McGingus in the orchard was talking about fucking when this place was installed. I understand my vocabulary and my vibe absolutely does not fit this garden, but I love puzzle games, so... Giggles. Installed. Medieval Manor. I need a number! Oh my god! Medieval Manor. When was this fucking place built? Fuck! 15 something. Probably. Okay. Is there a cornerstone somewhere that has a date? Possibly. Willie the Builder would be able to tell us if he wasn't a superstitious bastard! Nope. According to us, the only clue we haven't found is there. Oh, what about the family tree in the hallway? That's got some fucking dates on it. 1756. I don't remember us reading anything else about when the place was founded. Okay, so let's assume 1756. River is protest lying behind me. Oh, sorry. So, Grand Taken Dice Goddess. I'm looking for the stone. Although it is worth saying that a lot of the plaques, to a similar degree, were actually installed in places after the fact. With the institution of like heritage sites and whatnot. Speed up, butthole. Feels like a fucking reach, though. Oh, here. This just overlooks the orange. The orange garden. Somewhere it has told us, like, when this house was built. I'm sure of it. No, Angelus, we're all in this together. What are you thinking? Because the family tree was one, but that seems way too early. 1756, I mean, I'll try it. 1, 7, 5, 6. Nah. thought it might be something from the scone recipe. Have you checked your priest hole? Skeet up, butt up, priest hole. Oh, Angela's good shout in the painting room. Constructed in 1593. Fuck yeah. I should have thought of that one because we were already mapping. It's already our house. Like, we know where we're going. Alright. It's time to go get stuffed in a priest hole. Skeet up, butt up, priest hole. 1, 5, 9, 3. There we go. Smells like dead priest in here. Smells like Catholicism. Just want to point out, these torches are already lit. Let's not even worry about it. Duck! Yes! Fuck yeah. It's 3 ducks found. Let's go. Oh, look. It's the Holy Grail. Yeah, job's good. My dear Lord Grayman, thou hast ventured mightily in gaining refuge. Oh, I have to read this. Thou hast ventured mightily in granting me refuge within these walls, and for such favour I remain eternally indebted to thee. The cunning of Little John in this establishment of this sanctuary doth inspire awe. A saint he is to our brethren and sisters. To our brethren and sisters who have sought refuge from the harsh rule of Queen Elizabeth and King James. Pray, extend my gratitude unto the cook for the sustained providence, a welcome respite from Brother Michael's oft-repeated fare of leeks and potatoes. With the most earnest of thanks, I entreat that this missive shall not mark our final communication, and that our faith may endure unbroken. Yours with devotion, our blunt, Erblut. Nerd, Erblut. And there we go. Alright, so now we have the wolf glove seeds. Alright. Okay, July 18th. Oh, excuse me. I stifle that belch. July of 1862. Today marks the beginning of an intriguing adventure as I joined Professor John Montague, his wife Annie Montague, and fellow botanist Robert Brown on our field trip to study British meadow orchards. Everyone's enthusiasm for the subject is infectious. Now, today Professor Montague shared with all of us examined the southern marsh orchid, though upon arrival I noticed it had a much more hooded appearance and could be a new species entirely. When I pointed this out, Professor Montague laughed and explained he was simply testing us. Okay. Dick. A souvenir coin from Ben Nevis, which I believe is the highest mountain in the UK. Mount Venus. Mont Blanc. Eager! And the Crystal Palace, the great exhibit of London. Okay. Got ourselves some fanciful coins. There we go. That seems safe. What have we got here? The Lady Mountaineers Club, first outing, 1858. The Eiffel Tower. An Edward Whymper. Matterhorn. The fucking devil. Oh no, Weisserhorn, Switzerland. Grand Paradiso, Italia. and Issebrück, which I believe is in Austria. The Society of Botanical Science meets every second and fourth Wednesday from 6 o'clock in the assembly rooms of the Stroud. A prospective applicant must be supported by 3 existing gentlemen of society, along with evidence of all research showing his dedication to the advancement of science of botany. Widows of existing fellows receive honorary membership to attend annual social events, and this month's lecture is on the importance of laboratory investigation. Oh, what a fucking party. Orange. Okay. So I have a feeling these coins are going to come into play. I'm just not sure to what capacity. What do you think, River? How we apply the oranges and the coins to the solution? Okay, so here's what we do know. Perhaps all of these are important. Oh, okay. So it was just the last ones. Alright, so the wind research is the important one. Our friend said that he was exploring the Alps. Oh, okay. We just need to find out the wind speed of the area that this fucking thing was found in. And Quasi Watto and welcome. And I just have to not over-engineer the solution. So, soil, lovely. Wolf Club, good to see you. Spot of water. Okay. Now we need the correct calculations for which and the correct configuration. Again, I really wish we could reference the details we find. Because now it's like, right, where was that fucking letter? I think it was down this way. Oh no, that's Builder Bastard. Builder Bellend, as I said earlier. The less polite Builder Bear. Alright. Where was Mr. Alpine Explorer? That was Priesty Priest. Yeah, this is Priesty Priest of the Priest Ventures. This feels important. Later on, we just take a hammer to it. Was this predominantly just Apple Talk out here? Any interesting letters? No. Just apples for days? Apples for days, alright. Oh, one interesting thing I did yesterday is I watched a whole season of an anime while I was working. That was my, I guess my interesting tale. Alright. The problem is, I watched it on Hulu, and they did that thing where it's partially using like a Romanji translation of the name, which is very confusing. But that's not how it's referred to in other circles, so I keep struggling to remember its name. Okay. It must have been in the painting room then. It's a fascinating little kind of split narrative. To aloe vera green, from Matty Golding. Oh! Where do we recognise that symbol from? We made it to the Alps! So sad you couldn't join us. Blah, blah, blah. And that note had a little picture of a goat. And the goat is a coin that came from over here. Hail Satan! It's from Wasserhorn. And so now we know the particular mountain was Wasserman, and the wind speed that we need is 53. Huh. Lizzie, it was tea. It's a Project IG. It's a very interesting sort of post-apocalyptic, but more in the kind of the road trip adventure style. I remembered it because I believe Mother's Basement discussed it in one of their previous videos and commented on the fact that it was getting buried because it had a weird... They were titling it very strangely. Okay. Something in this. Okay. Oh no, it's Weisshorn, not Wadsman. 40. Ugh, I'm stupid. So we need this configuration. So 40 FS. And so that needs... So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm just writing my cool notes down because I'm a cool guy who does cool notes. Okay. And this needs to be on the 4th floor. Okay. So let's take a little plant. Reading files us again! I mean, this is why I enjoy lots of games that have... Okay, so... First floor. It's in reverse because the pictures are from the outside. Fully closed. Fully open. In theory, my research is correct. Yeah!
Woo!
It is not Tatami Time Machine Blues. Oh, that's real cute. I just realised, Lizzie, I can... I think that's correct, Rizzy. Rizzy? When Lizzie's got Rizzy. I think that's correct. Yes! Tengoku Daimyoku, which is known by another title, Heavenly Delusion. Thank you. Was really, really good. I put it on because I was just trying to find something... I was trying to find something with like a decent English language cast to put on while I was busy. Alright. And it was really good. Alright. I say let's keep putting our plants in the in the hallway. That's making me real happy. And then we have a gatehouse delivery, so we can get our next key and see where that takes us. Check this out. Go get my special flowers. Alright, Caffeine, have yourself a lovely rest of your afternoon. If we're still going when you come back, then brilliant. Otherwise, yeah, to be continued, friend. Congratulations on day 2. And hey, it might be a mini nightmare, but at least you know you need it. Got my special flowers, take them to the living room. Too fancy. River has returned. I am not paying him attention. High-speed botanist, let's go! Let's see some fucking speed runs of this. But yeah, that's literally the only thing of note that I have done over the last few days. As I said, Sunday was particularly awful, and yesterday was just bad. But I didn't drink myself blind, so I'm taking that as a fucking win. Because I will admit, about 11 o'clock, I've got this little voice in my head that's like, you feel like shit. Like, yeah, you know you could just drink. And I'm like, try not to do that, buddy. 2 bells. Oh. Dear sister, I'm so glad to hear you returned. I changed the code for the library. Okay, so while you're away, I changed the code for the library lock. Each time I visited, as I know some of Grandma's valuables are kept in a secret vault. The new code for the door is the 3 initials of my name. To make it easy for you to remember, your loving sister, Elizabeth. I feel like Elizabeth is going at it. Oh, Lizzie was saying, so okay, the manga for that is still done, but the English... manga is done, but the English is still in progress. Okay. It's a wonderful little story that does the mystery very well, but doesn't get lost in the... Let's make the moment-to-moment of it interesting, rather than it just be... naught but the mystery with padding. And I will admit that even as someone who kind of binges post-apocalyptic stuff a lot, I kind of liked it. Huh. I wonder if this is where we're supposed to put all our creations. Okay. Oh yes, so we need Elizabeth's... Elizabeth Ann Green. E-A-G. G-A-E. God, good at maths. E-A-G, yeah. Where? Elizabeth Ann Green. Oh no, she married because she's fucking... Ah! What happened to Will? He went to a very adorable manor and lost his fucking mind. Would I have been more settled? Okay. Who did she marry? Arthur Hopgood. So she's E-A-H. Yeah. Well, so... I know I keep skirting around it, but just because the is X a cozy game isn't something that can be defined by a numerical scale. And Oh, a thank you card. Dear Lady Green, thank you kindly for the flowers, for the flower books you sent my daughters. To this day, they still show an interest in learning more about plants and painting, and I'm keen that my daughters have access to a good education, so I hope you don't mind me putting upon you. I might be able to teach them somehow? Your dedication and knowledge seems so rare and inaccessible elsewhere for young girls like mine, and I hope you will consider my proposal. Your sincerest, Oliver Gamble! Of Gamble's Beans. Oh, because it's a C. Alright, well, let's check here first. Oh, of course, that's the upstairs. Alright, well, I have a feeling the study's going to be locked. Yeah. Alright, let's have a look about. Chapter 4, Botanical Allies. 4 new plants added. Oh, fuck me running. What have we got? Nightfall. Vaguely recall my grandmother studying this. Sapphire Gloom. Judging by the name, I don't believe this to be edible. Cradle Fern. Hey! Past years, these ferns have drastically declined on the banks. Feel compelled to research any changes. And a brook chalice. Ooh. That's a lot of clues to find. Oh. What was I saying? Oh, yes, just the... Like, cozy is more of a movement than it is a genre. It's not a thing that we can point to and say, because of these key markers, it is definitely cozy. Because video games thrive in subversion of expectation. And what we can find as a comfort game isn't necessarily a cozy game, right? For some of you, you might have a very violent, shooty gunbang game, but because you've spent a lot of time with it, or because it is familiar and comforting, oh, the wonders of the night sky, that for you that can be a comfort, but comfort isn't cozy. Cozy is, as I said, it is predominantly a movement, and that movement is based on a pacing, color palette, and ultimately non-conflict. Though Red was saying that I feel if one is losing the potentially little mind one has, you could reevaluate whether or not something is cozy. Not disagreeing. Sorry, that was a mental fortitude check there. Apparently I passed. But yeah, that's where this is a strange one, because genre does have more clear identifiable markers, but those markers are predominantly markers for users, not for devs. You know, I've talked about this a lot where... God, this really is the fucking Resident Evil mansion, isn't it? Love that. Oh, The Fox and the Crow. Sorry, I apologize, I keep losing my thought. With genre can be defined by specific markers, but those markers are set by consumers, not by creators. Again, if you ever encounter somebody who says they're making a new genre of video game, no, they're not. Users will decide if something is a new genre, and success has a large part to play in that. And Restless Roots, I'm happy to discuss like linear mediums and, you know, books, films, and television and stuff like that, but for them, everything put forward about the experience is solid, right? Meaning that if they say something is a cozy show, whether it is or is not is defined by their success rather than your experience. Do you know what I'm saying? In this, we the player are involved. Myst is not a cozy game. It doesn't have conflict, it's only puzzles, there's no time constraints, but it is so infuriatingly obtuse that one could not make the case for it being cozy. Because that game, you are an alien lost in a strange world. This is a machine of machinations that it falls to you to understand. It is not a kind world. It does not want you to be a part of it. You are an intruder in a strange place. Len, that's also a good point. Users and if other devs want to copy your formula. But it's worth noting, the users will decide what it is called. I hate the term boomer shooter, but it is what it is. And I absolutely have... I have to squirt the dog in a second, sorry. Amos, you're fine, mate. Shush. Sorry. Again, it will be the users that decide what the naming convention is. Mate, go lie down. You're fine. Or come in here. You want to come in here? You want to come say hello? You want to come say hello? You want to come say hi? Oh, so you want to whinge at me from the other room, but you don't want to come say hello. By the old gods. Yeah, no, Lizzie, that doesn't sound like anything that I would. On Grand Take, is it too late to revive Doom Clone? Yes, Restless Roots. The difference between the two spheres is so different that... Because... Okay. I hate coming back around to this because I probably, one, sound like a broken record, and two, I come back to this so much. But I'm obsessed with it because this is ours, alright? There's been so much back and forth with like,
Oh, it's just like the movies. Oh, it's just like the movie. Television. Television's so good. We should be more like television.
throughout my entirety of my games career. And thankfully, we're getting to the point where film and television is now desperately trying to be video games. And these things will come and go. But our genres are ours. They have grown semi-organically and are predominantly based on the interaction method, not the thematic method, except for when they are. Like, we all understand horror games are a genre. But horror doesn't necessarily define the experience, but it doesn't define the control movement, but it defines what you will be experiencing. A visual novel is not predominantly hot and steamy, but it can be, but it might not be, but it could be, but it might not be. It might be funny, it might be stupid. But what you experience throughout that is very clearly defined. You know what a racing game is. Yeah, well, more than Metroidvania is so bizarre that one became one of our defined genres. But it defines a certain kind of exploration RPG platform. But platformer also exists. So how have we got to the point where a Metroidvania is different from a platformer? But we have. This is the shit that I love. And I try not to get too in the weeds about it because I get obsessed. This is my Roman Empire. This is my soapbox topic. And I love it. I have not read any of The Fox and the Crow. I'm so sorry. One evening, the fox was in search of something to eat for dinner. He saw the crow sitting on a tree branch, holding a big piece of tasty cheese in her beak. So the fox came up with a plan. He walked up to the crow and complimented her shiny black feathers. The crow was suspicious of the fox and kept her beak tightly closed around the cheese. The fox kept on charming the crow, describing her as the most majestic of all birds, with a big strong beak. Oh, what a song that beak must make! It must be the song of a queen. Please, beautiful crow, let me hear it. Flattered by the praise, the crow forgot all about the suspicion and also her dinner. She opened her beak wide and to utter the loudest caw. And down fell the cheese straight into the fox's open mouth. Uncle Conclave says Metroidvania defines a progression system, not a gameplay loop. Well, gameplay loop is a weird term. but I know what you mean. Metroidvania also infers this like early version of a pseudo open world. The idea that everything is available so long as you have the magical boots or the key. You know what I mean? It is not defined by a level to level, basis. Progression is non-linear and exploration is usually varied. The golden fish. One bright morning, poor fisherman caught a shiny golden fish. "Please let me live! I'm not a fish, but a prince, enchanted by a wicked spell!" So the fisherman let the fish go free. When the fisherman's wife learnt of this, she demanded the fish grant a wish in return for its freedom, a cottage instead of a hovel where they lived. So the fisherman returned to the shore, and the fish granted her wish. But the wife was greedy, and demanded riches, a palace, servants. All the while the ocean became darker and the shore black with dirt. Finally, the wife wished to be so powerful that she could grant wishes for herself. And in return for this greedy request, the fish revoked all of the wishes it had granted. After that, the ocean became blue again, and the shore clean, and the fisherman never saw the golden fish again. The end! New Year's Ball to be given at Somerset Hall. Rhymes unintentional, but party for all. Thursday 4th, January 1860. Suppers at 6 o'clock. Good music in attendance. E. Grimes replied to cousin. Wash your hands and accompany me. Won't find a husband at the bottom of a garden. Yours sincerely, T. Perhaps I want the ladies. Oh, lovely. Yeah, well, actually, so Immortal then, thankfully, we started from the conversation about immersive sims by way of the term of cozy game. Because a cozy game isn't a genre, it's a vibe. Same with an immersive sim. An immersive sim is predominantly an FPS, but with a specific kind of design philosophies. Do you know what I mean? Predominantly focusing around stealth and creeping through vents. We probably shouldn't continue this line of conversation too much because Nick will rush over here, and I'm sure they've got to get stuff done. Do immersive sims count as immersive sims? Broken the system. Now, see, I was expecting that, but the irony is that she gained the ability to... I wanted the ability to grant wishes for herself. So he took everything back, and now she has the agency to grant her own wishes. And Aiden, welcome back. Watto and welcome. Oh, Air Dragon, I would fucking love to discuss that. I'll chat with them. Air Dragon was saying that one of their friends... a college acquaintance is writing a PhD thesis on how game genres are defined both by the creators and by the users. And it's one of the things I find the most fascinating about it. The horse and the tortoise. So the hare and the tortoise. At midday, a hare and a tortoise took a walk together. The hare moved quickly and noticed the tortoise struggling to keep up. The hare laughed and challenged the tortoise to a race. The tortoise accepted. The course was decided and the race began. The hare immediately leapt out of sight, but laid down to take a nap. Sure, the tortoise would never catch up. The tortoise then fucking shanked the hare in his sleep, The tortoise slowly plodded on, making his way towards the finish line. When the hare awoke from the nap, he opened his eyes just in time to see the tortoise crawling slowly across the finish line. The proud hare had been so sure he would win that he underestimated the tortoise. As the tortoise crossed the finish line, he exclaimed, "Get fucked, furry!" Sorry. What is wrong with me today? It's because I've been on my own for 2 days. Not mentally healthy. Slow and steady wins the race. Wolf says, can you give an example of an immersive sim? I'm a bit confused about what it entails. So an immersive sim predominantly comes from the Looking Glass school of video games, or at least from that school of design philosophy. They coined the term immersive sim, and it never really took off. They intended it to become a genre, but it didn't. Ultimately, Deus Ex, the original, is the predominant example of an immersive sim, i.e. you have an RPG-like character, and you can approach it any which way you can. The immersive sim part is the idea that you could treat the game like a simulation, and through that logic solve puzzles with the tools given to you. So, for example, in Doom, if you have to get through the red door, you need the red key. You must kill demons until you get the red key. That's it. In Deus Ex, if you need to get through the red door, you can go and murder, I guess, the Illuminati and get the red key. Or you can stack boxes and hop over the fence. Or you could hack the door, find the key code and open it remotely. Or you could blow the fucking door open. That's where it starts being like you approach it how you wish, and that the game will react to that, you know? If you choose a non-violent path, the game acknowledges you. If you choose to be a fucking psychopath, it goes, alright, psycho boy, I don't know where you went to, but... Rising sun. Okay. So these books obviously pertain to solving the push-button puzzle down there. Not pure violence, just, you know, a little bit. Okay, so what have we got? The sun and the moon. Crow, the hare, and the fish. Alright. Well, yeah, so Wolf, as video games have evolved, what has become known as the sim space is no longer associated with immersive sims or with Sid Meier. It's, you know, Power Wash Simulator, fucking Goat Simulator. It's, you know, farming sim, stuff like that. That's become a denotion rather than necessarily a genre. Sim is not just used for things that are simulators of real life environments, like Flight Simulator and stuff like that. So, yeah, well, Air Dragon, I mean, I don't know if the Longship is necessarily a good data set point, because we're already aware of the discussion, but if we can help, like, I'm absolutely down. Honestly, I just find this fascinating to talk about, because, like, cinema has its own language. Some of it comes from theatre, and some of it is wholly its own, right? You know, terms like limelight are theatre overhangs and stuff like that. But, you know, cinema has its own language as well. Video games started in a similar manner, where we had our initial wording taken from other mediums, and we have developed our own, and it is completely unique. It is not in the way that old terms were recontextualized, but it's something we grew ourselves. It's our weird fucking space, and that's why I love it so much. Well, see, Immortal Len, and this is why immersive sim isn't described as a genre per se. Amos, you're okay, buddy? Amos, come hang out. Come say hello. Amos, come here, buddy. Who's my baby boy? Well, come say hi. Well, come say hi. Aww. I know you've eaten, so I know you're fine. Come say hi. You want to come say hello? Sorry, while we're talking about genres. You want to come say hi? My old coney old boy? No. No, don't eat the slug cats. Amos does not want to come hang out. That's my boy. But yeah, so this is where it gets complicated, because the intention of Looking Glass Studios, you know, who did Thief, who did System Shock, a lot of those early games that would inspire Deus Ex, was to create a new genre, and that new genre would be immersive sims, and it never took off. But the philosophies of it did. These days, an immersive sim is a vibe. It's a certain kind of game. Alter Ego, I think, is the Last one that we really got stuck into. Alright, we'll try fish, bird, rabbit, sun and moon. Okay. Oh, okay. So one evening, the fox and the crow. We're gonna make a mental note of when these all transpire. So as we start with moon and one bright morning, so fish is probably there, and I assume the fox and the hare will be one afternoon. Midday. There we go. So it's fish, hare, crow. So I'll probably do sun, fish, hare, crow, moon. Sun, fish, hare, crow, nighttime. Yeah. Grandmom's secret vault. I was about to say something utterly despicable then, and I didn't. I am going to treat myself later. Oh, shiny. Sunset of May. Red, orange, yellow, pink. Sunset, blue, yellow, pink, orange. Oh, different sunsets throughout the months. Shit, there's that chalice I was talking about. Nightfall progress. We're trying to encourage the nightfall to bloom for a little while now, and determined to prove it's more than just a myth. So far I've deduced that the flower opens at sunset, and only during a particular time of year. When exactly it still occurs is a mystery to me. I shall plant a few more seedlings tomorrow and continue my research. Interesting. Okay, so we have the nightfall. Auntie Arabella's only plants. And we've got the key to the study. Lovely. So I have a feeling that this is what she was trying to recreate. Or at very least that what we'll need to provide for the nightshade is this kind of colour configuration. You know what I mean? London record! Lydney appointed chair of Botany University College London. After an esteemed early career as an assistant secretary to the Horticultural Society, admissions of one of the youngest ever fellows to the Lydden Society, John Lydney, plans to elevate the science of botany. He spoke thus in his inaugural lecture. It has been very, very much the fashion of the late years in this country to undervalue the importance of this science and to consider it an amusement for ladies rather than the occupation of a serious thoughts of a man. Lindley also challenged the Linnean classification system and proposed many changes. I don't know why I'm doing this. I think it's because I actually have energy today. Whee! Oh, lovely. My dear friend, I've been pondering these last weeks could be the best way to see your remarkable flora reach the wider world, since it is so seldom we are able to see your work published. Considering your uncle's reputation in the scientific field, have you considered asking him to publish your herbarium under his name? It may not give you the recognition you deserve personally, but be a way to reach your goal of adding scientific record to botany. Do consider it. I would hate for such important research to stay hidden. Your warmest regards, Anne! How to Beat a Man to Death with a Book by Professor J. I'll fucking kill you. Sorry. Now, this room is gorgeous. Immortal N, someone did joke about this, that this was going to be like Downton Abbey, Downton Abbey Edith Finch, or Gone Home British edition. Gone Home, if you will. Jim Harvey says they're just pride flags disguised as sunsets. What can I say? The sky is gay. We've known it the whole time. Annabella, I have some more books from the department that may be of interest to your research. One I recall was a favourite of your father's. If you have any trouble when you visit the college, tell the secretary you are collecting materials for your uncle. As long as you return before summer ends, the professor won't notice. Best of luck, Theodore. Mushroom. That one seems to be about the symbiotic relationship between certain mushrooms and certain trees. Mushrooms growing a tree is usually a sign they are consuming the tree, which is really not always the case. So this is something that we'll be probably working towards later. And this is the Sapphire Gloom. Now I have a feeling that the Sapphire Gloom is what we might need to grow on the tree in the living room. So okay, so we've got tree diseases: red tree pox, hyperpollination, root parasite. This is what's on the tree in the hallway. A root parasite is a fungus that forms purple rings on the bark and roots. The parasite leaches the nutrients that the tree receives from the soil. Eventually, it causes the tree to dry out and lose all leaves. Currently, no known cure. Oh, well, that's shit. Burb. 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 Now, if the great blue heron came in now, that would have been a perfect introduction. An item. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. That word again. It's burb. Years of study. Okay. So let's go back to this one. Just like plants, fungi need food and sources to grow strong and healthy. However, some fungi aren't always have access to nutrients in the soils, and will receive it in different ways. This means they only have to become carnivorous. Some mushrooms even get the nutrients from feeding on another type of fungi or parasite. Okay. Alright, so for this, where is it? Mushroom book. Tree diseases. We're going to plant the Sapphire Gloom on the tree in the hallway to try and cure its existing parasites. Burb. Grand take, I'm all in. I am saying that the burb is the word. And I will be saying no more on the subject at all. This is a sensible British home. None of your flimflammery. None of your wafflemancy. Let's look at this. Sensible trees for sensible people. Fuck am I saying? Sobriety does not suit my sensibilities, dear friends. Sensible, but British. All I could think of is the quote from Muppet Christmas Carol. It is the American way. It is the British way. Look at these cutie patooties. Little mushrooms. Okay. Bingo bango. Now that's pretty. One thing that I found is really interesting about this title is that it slowly introduces the idea that it's more than just trying to grow our little, like, you know, rogues gallery of plants, but it's also about using them in the space. And I do like that it doesn't overwhelm you with problem solving out the gate. Thank you, big tree. Okay. Got ourselves another part of the house. The Trapped Fairy. Dearest Arabella, I was taking a walk along the riverside in Somerset recently, which might be one of the most British sentences I've said all day. I noticed a sight that I just had to write you about. In the water, I saw a brook chalice blooming. Oh my word. I've never seen or heard of it flowering before, and my books mention it. So beautiful. Do you have any idea what could have caused this? Ever your friend, Edith. Oh, I'm going to get comfy over here. Okay. Aiden, to be continued. I hope you are making headway on the Square Game 3. Okay, so those of you who have just joined us, this is a wonderful game. It's called Botany Manor, and it is a wholesome Okay, thematically, you have returned home after some serious adventures abroad to find your garden's in desperate need of work and some fanciful plants to be creating. Sorry, on the subject of post-stream discussions, I sadly am not going to have a lot of time. Like, they're deadly serious friends. Like, this is my current and only socialization. So, if you want to discuss video game concept stuff or how to continue development, like, ask me here, especially tomorrow, because, like, Elden Ring is great for conversation. But I do not have a lot to any free time anymore. So, I'm sorry. So I've basically been describing this as like a cozy Obra Dinn. The way in which you find out about these plants, that you put together the ways in which they can be grown in special circumstances is fascinating, and is much about like exploration and deduction. But then the plants themselves also have... Ooh, that sure is a cradle fern. Cradling some burbs. But the way in which you put your solutions together, the way in which you solve this, feels extremely evocative of Obra Dinn. Just with no murder, with no violent fish horror. Just exploring and living your little best life. Cradle fern. Ah, yes. Need to find us some eggs. Petition. Be presented to the Honourable House of Commons. In recent years, hunts have been taking place in the Somerset rivers. Tragically, this led to decline and even the extinction of some bird species. No longer can we hear the beautiful chime-like calls. For the governor to regulate hunting near the rivers of Somerset, we ask that they respect the breeding times of wildlife. If you agree, please sign below and return the letter to us. No expense attends signing. Okay. Aquatic weed removal. Do you have a pond? Do you want to swim in it? Is it covered with slimy weeds? Well, we specialise in removing the following: algae, Himalayan balswick, brook chalice, dickweed. Make an appointment today. Clark & Co. Certified Weed Removal and Agricultural Services. Yowv. Actually, Lizzie, that's a very, very good point. Like, friends, we do have a Making Games channel in Discord, and it's not particularly bumping, but there are a lot of people who are very skilled that frequent it. Fred says, where's the fun without the fish horror? Look, I'm still waiting for the full version of Totally Normal Fishing Game, which we will absolutely play. Anyway, once upon a time, there was a little fairy who loved gazing at her own reflection in the water. She lost track of time, and the day turned into night. Nyx, the goddess of night, noticed this, and fucked her shit up, and noticed the little fairy, and the moon was shining bright, but the fairy only had eyes for herself. Now Nyx took offence, and if you've played Hades, you'd fucking know why, and decided to punish the little fairy. Nyx placed the fairy into a nightfall and cast a spell on her. She fell in love with the moon, and gazed upon the sky all night. As dawn approached, the sun arose, and the spell broke. Thoughts just as the fairy awoke. Though just as the fairy awoke from her enchantment, the flower bud closed, and trapped the little fucker for all eternity. Moral of the story, when Nyx is around, you pay attention. My dear Nova, never forgotten. Shat in my shoes once. Moon killing mode activate. Dearest friends, it seems our interest in visiting the private plant collection of Lord Spencer has gone unacknowledged. Well, disappointing. I am not sure it is worth pursuing scientific study in such places. On my recent visit to Brinsby, the young man showing us around had barely a basic knowledge of plants. And due to there being a large group of gentlemen in the party, All useful time and education was devoted to them, and none given to Constance and I. Let's plan another trip for your own. Perhaps we can see these specimens in some habitats where they belong. Your ever-faithful friend, Eliza. They were roommates. Dinns! Watto and welcome! It is wonderful. It is peak Obra Dinn flavour. Hang on, let me take a little sit down. That way I don't spoil any stuff for you for future. But Dinns, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Yeah, we've been on this for about 3-4 hours. And yeah, sorry to repeat myself. It is what if we did Obra Dinn as a wholesome game. Oh yes, and just while it's quickly on screen, so Lizzie put up a follow for Dinsdale, but please, please, please do follow. Dins is a wonderful individual, an exceptionally lovely streamer, will teach you Armenian at request, and has a similar taste to indie games as we do. So when I get the opportunity, I am very much a viewer. Friends, I try and make sure that whenever we're doing like shout outs or recommendations, that it's either a friend I know or like somebody whose stuff I've had the chance to watch. So that way you know if I'm being like, hey, go watch this cool person, that you actually know to go watch this cool person. But yeah, we've spent a whole bunch on today. The conversation has been excellent. We've kind of leapt between a few big discussion topics. I guess the largest one we've been talking about so far today is what makes a game cozy, and the discussion of that there are certain denotions in video games that are not necessarily genre, but are definitely vibe. Cozy is a vibe. It usually can be applied to, you know, titles that have a specific color palette, usually a non-conflict based premise, but the mechanics behind them can be as varied as, you know, as people that make them, right? Like this says it is a game about botany, and that's not wrong, but also these aren't all real plants, and they require this like deduction and puzzle solving mentality that the closest approximation that I can give you is Obra Dinn. You know, it's not quite Case the Golden Idol, although there is going to be a Case the Golden Idol like cozy game, which is being published by the same people who published Case the Golden Idol. Well, so Dins, that's what we were separating earlier on. A game that is comforting, a comfort game for you can be anything. A cozy game is definitely a vibe. You know what I mean? Kind of like cozy game is like vaporware. You can make any game have a vaporware aesthetic and a vaporwave style, but it's not to diminish what you find cozy. So you find a comforting game. However, I will absolutely get grumpy about one publication describing Slay the Princess as a cozy game. And I'm like, no. I understand it is predominantly a choice-based visual novel with great VO, and it has a soft style, but if you've played that game for more than 20 minutes, you know that it is not cozy. It is incredibly violent, with an awful cosmic horror lurking at the wings. Yeah, Morlin, depending on what you choose, yup. And it is very dark and disturbing. So I understand what you mean with so the title you mentioned, Ready or Not, is a game that makes me very uncomfortable. It is made by, I believe, an Australian development team, and it is about SWAT teams in America, and it is the closest. It is the poster child example for unintentional propaganda, and I don't believe the team that made it intended it, but they have basically accidentally made propaganda big time. Ready or Not is a very po-faced SWAT shooter, and it's... Whew. Okay. Can you publish a game that is using, like, numbers and numerical systems rather than progress bars and more polished UI? Yes. We played one that was called, like, what was it called? Like, Shark FPS or something? Which didn't actually feature any sharks in it. It was a PvE, like, survival shooter. A PvE round shooter that everyone in it was an egg, which we played initially as a joke that turned out to be a lot of fun. But again, this depends on your goals. Alright? Users, can you get away with it? Yes. However, it will convey a certain level of quality. So if either your narrative or your construction doesn't back it up, you'd have a challenge being taken seriously. The title would be seen as a student project, not a prototype. It would be seen as my first video game rather than a vertical slice. You know, that's why you don't put those elements in front of consumers. Now, so here was my pitch for the Square Game 3. This is what I would advise you do. The Square Game 3 is the sequel to the wildly, unquestionably successful Square Game 2. After the Square Game 1, you articulated a few features, and it became like Celeste times 20. It became the new N++. It became, you know, Jump King meets Dead Cells or something. And it was so wildly successful that it has left you crushed, confused, and disillusioned under the weight of your own success. And so the Square Game 3 is a comedy autobiographical game about you trying to recapture the magic and trying to explain away a bunch of humorous, entertaining, and occasionally terrible different concepts, each one attempting to be the Square Game 3, right? That is the pitch. That allows you to create lots of different prototypes, all of which could be really good case studies for your skill set and how to expand it, but also is a very humorous poke at the self, you know? It's essentially like, what if the Hex was a comedy and not the darkest shit ever? And that way, the framing of the narrative can be done in such a way. Essentially, you'd be emulating things like the Landfall Archives and the Beginner's Guide. Yeah, big oof on that one, Ed Dragon. I'm sorry you've gone through it. But yeah. So that is my recommendation. That way, essentially, you would be working on lots of little segments, and you can go complete, like, batshit, I am the next Hideo Kojima over-the-topness with the reasonings behind, you know, why you made, I don't know, the Square dating game, the Square kart racer, Square Tactics, you know, Square, stuff like that. You know, the idea that someone who accidentally stumbled onto greatness and is expected to be this new paradigm of genius and actually has no fucking clue what they're doing. I think that self-parody would come across very well. No, so Aiden, if you want to talk like narrative structure, absolutely. But people understand the pressure of the auteur. People understand the insanity that seeps into one's mind when a million people online tell you you're an unquestionable genius when you're just a guy. You know? And it's doable. Like, it's absolutely doable. And the other thing is having somebody... I don't know, there's loads of things that you can do with it. Having somebody read the... Fred with, no, you're just a guy. I am an unquestionable genius. But yeah, there's loads of things you can do narratively, but you don't need to construct a complete narrative to begin working on it. What you need is a wrapper to contain all of these prototypes, and then you need the ability to make these prototypes. I recommend that the prototypes exist in a 3D space, because a simple, even an untextured 3D space that contains these small things gives people this Stanley Parable, beginner's guide comedy kind of vibe. That way you can experiment within it. Oh god, yeah, Vanderbeest. You could do an in-game version of like the fake marketing of it. Be like, and before I'd even begun to create it, the marketing department was rushing ahead of me. From the makers of the Square game, prepare for the third dimension in gaming. Aiden Jr.'s gonna make you his bit, and then just cut it off. Like the idea of this thing that's been put upon you. There's so much you can write in that. But ultimately, what you're creating is a showcase of lots of different little things. So yeah. And hell, we'll fucking help you with ideas and writage. If you end up making stupid money, kick some over this way, but you know, this is why we're here. The irony is that while it would be a concept in parody about how, you know, the crushing weight of unimaginable genius, the construction of it is actually a place that's safe to experiment and construct something that doesn't have to be perfect first time. Alright? Yes, Jamami, that was called the Landfall Archives, and that was really good. Now, the Landfall Archives was based on unused prototypes and internal vertical slices from within Landfall, like the FPS like from FPS rounds to a Howl's Moving Castle Craft and Survive game where you have a literal walking base tank. Oh yeah, Dindale. Nick Cage. It's actually, I meant more the idea of it, but yes, it is very, very good. And Lizzie, like the DreadX collection, again, very, very good. 3D wrapper to contain a bunch of like different concepts. You know? Without talking to those people, I wouldn't recommend it. Someone needs to be far enough removed from you, and even then it can get a bit icky. Parodies of game characters are fine, but if you want to do a parody of somebody in the gaming space, it's got to be really good. You've got to be able to write somebody like Ish from the Magic Circle, who is clearly a like Lord British Ken Levine, every other studio head mashup, and that takes a level of writing that is very hard to do. I saw one title that was like 77p Egg that tried to do that with parodies of famous game creators. It was really fucking uncomfortable. Like, they did it, and it was far enough removed that it was under parody legally, but it gave me the ick. It put me off what otherwise might have been a humorous, like, parody project. Anyway, so yeah. Sit in our lovely mansion, talk about game concepts. Fuck yeah. Well, so also, I wouldn't recommend putting people in your title unless you are paying them for likeness or otherwise, because they can then turn around and go, "Oi, you owe me moolah." See, if you end up using, like, you know, if you end up using people's stuff, like either directly written concepts or what have you. So, like, if you said, "Hey, Will, can you do me an intro?" I'll be like, "Cool. Send me $10, then we have an email chain, and that way, if I get fucking brain weevils, I can't turn around and go, 'Oh, well, I thought this was an unpaid project, and I did it without compensation, and now I want, 25% of the proceeds.' Because people can and will do that." Just, like... But that's, okay, that's getting into the business side of things. You need to create a wrapper for all of these. And that needs to be something that is both a physical wrapper, like a program that will contain all of your prototypes, and is something that can narratively contain all the different concepts. Like, I understand what you were saying about jumping from thing to thing, but if you just put it all in one big drop-down menu, again, that doesn't speak to your skill set, and it doesn't back up this idea that you are, this struggling auteur, crushed under the unmitigated success of the Square Game 2. However, some badly photoshopped pictures of you at, like, the Game Awards or stuff like that, having the player walk past a hall of fake accolades from the Square Game 2 and shit like that could definitely be folded in. That's why I'm recommending 3D environment. Can't do that in a 2D environment. Because in a 2D environment, you're not putting the person into the space. You're putting a character into the space. But as I said, it doesn't have to be a complex 3D environment. It can be very, very simple. That would be your first challenge. Anyway, let's have a little bit more of a look around. Of course there's more upstairs. Of course I am. However, new couch! Oh, new couch in a dusty room. New couch in a dusty room. Okay, let's explore this little area first. The importance of not dissing Nyx. Okay, that was the Lord Spencer's a knob end. Ah, it's the pissing pot! We've got tincture of red clover. Chamomile red clover seems to soothe hot flushes. Arnica flower. Sprains and joints. Cocaine for everything else. So Jamami, I think how Zalavir puts a lot of himself into his titles, and I think El Paso Elsewhere is a really good way of doing that. And not to pump anybody's ego, but I think if we were to talk about someone who is very, very much committed to the bit, Aiden, I think that suits your style better. I think a fake auteur personality is something that you can grab onto narratively. Like, I am still incredibly impressed in how Zalavir was able to encapsulate both addiction and really fucking destructive relationships in El Paso Elsewhere. Like, that shit was raw. I had to fucking... when we finished it, I basically just went in a bath and stared open-eyed at the fucking ceiling, you know what I mean? That shit was real. Ah, who fucking broke the toilet? Alright, who was it? Who was it? Can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. 14 quid? There's a quote to repair the guys in your bathroom. Cost might seem... It's a complex job, best left to the professionals. Okay. Also, one of the things about this that I think you've all noticed the underlying theme of this game is men telling women they can't do stuff because they are fragile homemakers and too silly to understand the complexities of the world. Like, I don't know if you saw on this here, it was, Dear Arabella, here's our quote to repair the geyser in your bathroom. The cost might seem quite high. 14 fucking quid, get fucked. Oh, sorry, 14 shillings. But trust us, it's a complex job best left to the professionals. Your feeble female mind cannot work out how water go from left to right. Introducing the bath geyser. Provides a rapid flow of water. Simply turn it, tap. Instant hot water will appear. Can be used multiple times in a row without any extra gust. Elizabeth and Sons. Sole patentees and manufacturers. Fucking Somerset. It just my brain keeps going, I don't know, friends. You think we'll be able to solve this mystery? Somehow, think we might be able to do it. And see, in this regard, this is not a complex version of this puzzle, as I'm sure you're well aware. We've all played this kind of plumbing puzzle from Bioshock to everything the fuck else. But does that not state the narrative means of it? Ooh. Actually, so at Mortland, I never finished Mutazone or Mutazone. Who needs a plumber? Connect the pipes. Jamami, I'm very interested to see where it goes narratively, and like jumping back, things that this has been implying, like the idea of... Hang on, didn't I find another upstairs? Or did we end up... Oh, no, we went up in the library, sorry. How it was implying that, like, you're obviously saying to this person, your research is great, but right now... Oh, there's the attic key. But as you are a woman, no one is taking you seriously, so maybe publish under your uncle's name, you know. And I think what's great about this is that the predominant focus is on the whimsy and puzzle solving, and it's just enough of a reminder.
Hello, River. Hello, big girl. What's up? Gonna come help me with some gardening? Are you a gardening dog? You a gardening dog? Yes, you are.
Fred, you are right. I do need to return to Ichi's. I was hoping that it would start looking like my life would be opening up a bit more, and I might be able to have people round to tackle the Ichi zone. I don't know when that's going to happen, so it's just going to have to be a. It's just going to have to be a hope. Alright, it's been brought to our attention that the factory of Botany Ironworks has been illegally dumping scrap metal across a river in Somerset. These rivers are now polluted with rust, making them unsafe for swimming. The River Cam, the River Summer, and the River Thew. The River Throne was also affected by waste. Oddly, the river is completely clear of rust pollution. Ooh! That sure does sound like something that a river weed. River swimming. Dear members, we'll make sure you can enjoy swimming this summer, so we have cleared the most populated rivers in Somerset of some aquatic weeds. The River Cam, the River Chew, and the River Summer have been cleared of weeds thanks to the service of Clark's aquatic reed removal. Thank you for continued your report. Ah! Okay, so we know that weed removal, river rust, and I believe the government notice? Yes. So that's definitely there. The Nightfall is definitely the fairy story. But I forget what the petition was. The petition was to stop hunting. Okay, what have we here? Dearest Arabella, I'm writing to share with you an exciting discovery I've made in my botanical studies. Turns out that some plants are particularly sensitive to sound. and seem to thrive when exposed to music or melodies from their natural environment. Hope to share some more finding in the future. Would be delighted if you could join me in my research. Now, we're just the coolest little busybody, aren't we? Okay, rivers of Somerset. So we know that the river... Was it the River Cam? Is the one that's not been... Hang on. So the River Cam has been. The River Frome. Okay, so the River Frome is the one that doesn't have rust pollution. So 50p in a bag of skips says that the ferns are filtering and or feeding off of the iron deposits. Hey, Air Dragon, go sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Your company and conversation has been excellent today. Thank you. As I said, this is my day highlight. So, and this shit is super wholesome. Like, cozy or not, I love a good puzzle game, and this shit is wholesome as fuck. Okay, so the River Frome is 27 miles long. Oh, sorry, I don't think I explained my workings out. So in that previous one, as they were saying, the steel mill has been depositing iron deposits into the water, causing, rust and whatnot. Some of the rivers have been heavily affected, others not so much. The one that hasn't been affected is the one that wasn't cleared of ferns or reeds or what have you. And the River Frome is 27 miles, average temperature 25 degrees Celsius, and it has 4 bridges. I don't know how the bridges affects things, but we'll make it work. Alright, up into the tower. And this is where we will somehow work out the blue calls. Now, I believe whatever the bird that was nesting by the reeds was up to, that is the one that we will need to look into. But let's check the attic before we continue. Because what have we got so far? The cradle fern and the sapphire bloom. But we haven't gotten... Oh, we have got the nightfall. Okay. But the nightfall was more of a tool for exploration. Let's see what the attic provides us. Flower-going companion. Gardening curiosities trapped moths. Sometimes a moth can become trapped inside a flower bud if it closes in the morning. The moth is enforced to use the flower bud as its flower bud as a resting place until it opens again. Some flowers only bloom for short periods during this year, so if the moth is unlucky, flower bud won't open again for many months. The spotting wheel calendar. Oh, that's lovely. And the moths of England. I have a feeling this has all come together for the nightfall. Oh, it's very dusty up here. Pig! Rusty pig! Some scientists have theorized that plants have photoreceptors. Receptors in the leaves attempt to see color and light. Ah, okay. So up here we're going to have to do some really cool color theory stuff. I wonder if I should focus on the fern for now. You got ghosts in your blood. Gotta do cocaine about it. My dear niece, I feel the window may be closing on you to find a suitable husband. I have arranged dinner for you to meet my neighbor's son Edward. He's a successful. He is successful in business in London. Your cousins William and Thomas may well aspire to become accomplished scientists, but for you, Arabella, it is better to make yourself useful in the small duties of life, which will be loved and appreciated. You're a bad friend. Your studious nature will no doubt be valued should you have a son. It would be foolish to allow such folly to come before the important things in life. I am confident that this is what your parents would have wanted. Dinner will be at 5 o'clock on Sunday. Remember to wear a becoming dress. Wow, it sure does seem like everybody's got a better idea. Oh! The Brook Chalice. Botanist Digest this month. Conversation with Professor Montague, leading experts in British meadow orchids. His words: every plant, every leaf, and every meadow holds the secrets, waiting to be unlocked. My aim is simply to uncover some of those mysteries. Professor John Montague, renowned botanist, sheds light on his groundbreaking work in the world of meadow orchids and other botanical wonders. With decades of research and numerous publications to his name, Professor Montague's contributions to the field have been nothing short of revolutionary, including discoveries of new species, such as the Ditaconda or hood marsh orchid. I totally pronounced that right. Don't correct me. It's a little spooky up here. It's a little bit. Ah, good old colour theory. So basically this lantern will apply the different colours to whichever we put there. Okay. Now the cradle fern. Guess the letter about weeds? No, so it's not the letter about weeds. And it's not the petition. So the petition's going to be about the birds. Okay. So Brook Chalice, I have a feeling is going to be the musical one, which means that the Nightfall is predominantly going to be the one about the sunset paintings. One has research. Fairy painting. Oh. Is it the moth? Are the trapped moths the next part of this? We've found all of the clues. So, okay. So, do the moths apply to the... Scott Alaska, Watto and welcome. You know what? If we're going to work this out, let's not work this out in a dusty attic when we have a gorgeous garden that we can stand in. If I've got to do smart, clever thing. Here we go. Much brighter. If I have to stand here and think, then you should at least have something less sinister to listen to. Okay. Oh, the cradle fern is obviously going to be the... where's the river? The river poster. River Trust. Oh, the River Trust is the wrong one. Because the River Trust is about... the River Trust is about the birds. Somerset Rivers. Weed removal ad. The site of plants is definitely going to be Nightfall Fairy. And Jemami, that is something that's worth pointing out, is that while these are fantastic plants, they all feature like over accented things that real flora and fauna do go through. You know, nothing has been like, this is the alien whistle mubble that causes fucking problems and shit. This is me getting discombobulated. I don't think there's any other areas that we haven't opened up, right? Because I genuinely think that in here, well, basically we're going to put the rusted pig in with the fern and try and aim for around 25 degrees. Because if we're correct, that's the right temperature. I just haven't managed to connect the dots. Okay. Somerset River Trust and the government warning. Those are for here. River Trust, government notice, fern pasting, weed removal. Oh, beans. Sorry, Nightfall. Friends, will you bear with me just a second? I still want to crack this, but I realise my throat's killing me. And I'm like, wait a second, why is that? I haven't had any water in hours. So bear with me just a second. I don't think we're going to be doing this game until completion, but I want to crack these 3 plants while it's still fresh in the old noggin, alright? So I'm just going to get some water, and to be continued. Alright? Alright. We're having a discussion. Can you hear the sizzle? Dear friends, is there an audible sizzle? Oh, sorry, Austin, did I say hello? I hope I did. Okay, no audible sizzle. All right.
That's what I thought.
I'm sorry for thinking of you lot first. It's fine. Okay. Your fireplace, not sizzle. Alright. So I think I know how to put the weed together. The thing is, I don't know which parts pertain... I don't know which parts pertain to which now, right? So one of these plants... Oh, actually, we need to be in the attic, not here. One of these plants needs bird song. And one of these plants needs to trap a moth. And I think the moths have something to do with the nightingale, right? Like the moth calendar. Because that makes the most amount of sense for like a fairy trappage. Actually, yeah, let's tag those. Nightfall, search. Trapped moths. Moth calendar. Moth poster. Okay, so I was right on the Nightfall. So the Nightfall, we need colour theory and moths. The mushrooms are done. Now it's just the cradle fern. One of these is wrong. It's not... Because the brook chalice, I think, is the one that... God, it's weird up here. I think the brook chalice is the one that needs music to bloom. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to prove it with my rusty pig. Hey up, rusty pig. In the tub with you. I know roughly the temperatures needed. Right, now where's that fern? Cradle fern. The name's cradle fern. Moose, I just choked on your joke. Saying, if it was coming through, would that make this a sizzle reel? Toot toot. Oh, wrong button. Huh. That is strange. So it's degrees C, 25 degrees C, running water. They call me Mr. Pig. I'm slightly worried. That I've missed one of the additional details here. So that guy sucks. That was a note there. Okay, recent years. Beautiful chime-like calls. There's something I'm missing. There's definitely something I'm missing when it comes to these water reeds. Thank you for your valuable contributions to our Meadow Orchid research expedition. Keen observations, very, very helpful. In the good word with you at Botanical Society, Professor Montague. Alright. Okay, health and standard warnings. Brown and I once been legally dumping scrap metal across the rivers in Somerset. These rivers are now polluted with rust, making them unsafe. Cam, the Soma, and the Chew. The River Frome is also affected by the waste, though oddly the river is completely clear of pollution. We're still researching that. Yeah, no, Judica. Sorry, Judica, and I guess anybody who's new here. So long as you don't just know the answer, if you're also... this is also your first time and we're working this out, then... like, come on down. This is a group expedition as much as anything. You think it might be the brook chalice that needs the pig bath? Do you think perhaps I've got the instructions for the chalice and the... okay. Because here's what I did note. There was a painting here. The cradle fern. Oh my word, you're right. The cradle fern isn't a brook, it's a ground fern. It's not a weed. That's what's been throwing me off. And look, the particular eggs, right? The blue and white egg. Remember the room where I went egg, 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 egg. That, my dear friends, is a crested owl. That's a crested owl egg. So the fern needs the song of the crested owl to blossom. Why did I leave it in the fucking toilet? Hopefully the rust hasn't killed it. Plants like rust, right? Like, they're not bothered. Plants don't mind that. Good. You can stay there, Piggly. Yeah, he looks fine. Don't worry about it. I don't know, Scott, why I thought the chalice implied... yeah, never mind. Okay, so I want the crested owl. And the crested owl goes, Awooga! Awooga! E, C, D... E, C, D, E, G. Can't believe this. Alright. E, C, D, G, and F. I've got my stuff mixed up. Bird eggs, petition. Letter about melodies, and Is that all the bird calls? No, it's not the government notice. There's one more. Oh, the River Trust. No? The River Trust was pertaining to that. Oh, I guess the fern painting. There we go. God, it was such a dingus. Alright, so that means the Brook Chalice, homie, is all about. All about Piggly. Okay. And Piggly's already in the bathroom, so we're good to go. Put in some soil. Plant Brook Chalice. Give it a quick little sprig. And you about to go make friends with a pig. Sorry, my brain immediately goes, they call me Mr. Pig. Sorry, someone sent me something on TikTok that, you know, sometimes it just takes the right meme at the right time to just fucking break your brain. And it was the story of Hakuna Matata. Hey guys, I'm really sad. Like, my uncle just killed my dad and he's trying to kill me. Timon and Pumbaa. Man, that sucks. Have you tried not thinking about it? Have you tried just fucking ignoring it? What if you just didn't do that? Also, the bugs is definitely a shorthand for... Oh, that's lovely. Hey, so the bath's fucked. But the plants look amazing. There you go, Piggly. You can hang out here. Yep. Start popping my collection down in the down in the foyer so I can flex on everyone. Like, what's the point in growing sweet plants if you can't just, like, hard flex on all your friends? Where are the other two? Oh, one's up in the bell tower, and where did I? Hang on. No, we've still got to grow the nightshade. That's the one we haven't succeeded at. All right, we're not quite there yet. One more plant. Let's go. Okay. So the trapped fairy. Look at those wings. Trapped fairy tells us the kind of moth, which is the garden tiger moth. The garden tiger moth. Garden tiger. Garden tiger. Garden tiger is only available in September. Yeah. The garden tiger is only available in September. Now, if we go to Nana's secret storage. Oh, no, that's Nana's secret study. Here we go. We're going to Nana's secret study. What was the September? October. August. September. Here we go. Blue, yellow, orange, red. Hopefully the moth is irrelevant. If we've got to find a fucking moth today, then I think we can call it. This game has a surprising feature where you have to wait until physically September to do it. Okay. Boosh. Now, in theory, that combination sunset should, there's a lot of shoulds in this, should allow it to sprout up in the attic. Soil, where are you? Nightfall. Oh no, well then, it's safe to take a bath in rust water. Of course it is. Of course it is. And we've got the plants as well, so it's double safe. Like, it couldn't be safer. Okay, so first up is blue, then yellow, then orange, then red, then let's grow some fucking plants! Okay, yeah, that's real fucking impressive. Belladonna's a poison? Nah, look at this. This is snack o'clock. This is snack attack. Please do not bathe in rust or eat belladonna. I am not telling you to do those things. I am being silly. Okay. And there's our gatehouse delivery. Plant get! Just keep filling the lobby full of plants. So... That was the brook. Oh, the other one is... I forget where I left it. Oh, the other one's up in the bell tower. Look, I'm all in. I want to joke. Like, I want to joke with you all to be like, enjoy the will diet, snack on belladonna, rub rust in your eyes, have a fucking time. Obviously, don't do that. Because I'm on TikTok. I see what Health Talk recommends people. It's fucking unhinged. Like, don't even get me started. Okay, go us. Shit, see if we can get these in the picture. You can't just... It's sad you can't just pop them on the ground, but if we pop you over here... Oh, okay, I can hold this one. You're my favourite. Don't tell the other plants. Yeah, Sagara, I feel that attaching hinges to things could be a very profitable business. But what I will say, friends, is I think this is a good place to bring this to a close. I personally am going to keep playing this, alright? And I think you should too. Like, you can blitz through this, whatever chapter 5 is. Like, who knows? I don't know if chapter 5 is going to be the grand conclusion. For the most part, like, the chapters have made a lot of sense. So, I don't know, friends. I don't know. But here's what I will say. I hope you pick up a copy of this. I hope you love it as much as I have. And I hope this inspires you that should you want to create something your own, that you can start with something that comes from a very dark place, or a very sinister place, or a very moody place. And you can make it wholesome and maintain the spirit of it. This reminds me of Obra Dinn, and honestly, if we weren't playing this on day one, if this wasn't a launch day stream, I would just chew through this like a ravenous beast. It is vibes immaculate. It is puzzles brilliant. It has been lovely, Jamami. Gods, I hope this game sells a gajillion copies. So, thank you all for coming with me on this journey today. I'm going to roll credits in just a second. as I said, I'm amazed any of you even had any bits left over from Longship Day. But yeah, no, more than it looks like there's more room for stuff after Chapter 5. So yeah, the Bacon Avenger Memorial Garden will balloon this evening. I didn't buy any of the T-shirts from Longship Day, but the links weren't working for me, so I was thankfully not able to blow money drunkenly on T-shirts. Right, friends, Longshipians, and otherwise. Tomorrow is more Elden Ring. I may be hungover. Who knows? I'm gonna try not to. Sorry. Right, friends. I am not doing good outside of stream. So this has been the most wonderful thing. Alright? My mental health is not your responsibility. But I just want to tell you that you do so much good and you don't even fucking know it. Thank you. I love the fact that I can play incredibly intense, focused, violent, shooty gunbang, and I can spend a day in the fucking flowers with you all. I cannot state enough how fucking blessed I am to be able to do that. Alright? So I just wanted to add that. If you do play through this, let me know how you find it. And yeah, tomorrow's going to be more Elden Ring. Great for conversations, terrible for me getting killed by you lot. Please, please, please remind me to open up the Pit for Murders tomorrow, because I completely forgot, and have forgotten more than once on an Elden Ring stream. So the will hunting in Goodwill Hunters hasn't happened as much as I would like. Judica, Whitethorn do good stuff. They've published games of industry acquaintances and otherwise. Yeah, good egg. Okay, so friends, miscreants, adventurers, and fellow Vikings, thank you so much. But I would like to thank the following people. As you know, if you want to keep my dumb ass alive, this is how to do it. So, yes. Whether you have lurked, whether you are a VOD watcher of vernant description, or whether you have thrown things at my dumb face, thank you all. To Shaun the Sheep, thank you for the follow, I hope we get to hang on. And also, we're creeping towards 5,000, not gonna lie. To Jamami, Kimball, Karmic Camille, Andorf, Neo Shadow, Simple Chaos, Fail Hammer, Thrista Twister, Phoenix Linux, Seven Sunless Days and Restless Roots, and Immortal N. Whether you were celebrating 66 months or 2, it's a fucking honour. Whether you were hunted by House Carl or have chucked in inordinate amounts, you're legends. As always, bits and donations keep us alive the most. So to Pun Spectre, Akira Zero, J Post, Fearless Sun, Wolfcrad, Some Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Vanderby, Scarlet Alaskan, fucking thank you. Not just to Lizzie, but to the whole moderation team. Moose and Caffeine, thank you, fucking legends. And to Nodeski and Restless Roots, you brought raids in, and that was fucking cool. And Lizzie, I shall. So, forgive the... Let's see if this works. Oh, God. Almost. I'm so sorry. This is one of those titles where the audio pauses when you Alt-Tab, and I'm like, no! Okay. So here's what I can offer you, dear friends. Here's what I can offer you for your continuation. Sadly, not Raft, because I will fucking cry. And someone is doing hot tubs in the ilk. So I'm just trying to make sure that that's not something I have to worry about. Okay, no worry. Okay. Sorry. There is a new A24 film coming out that looks very good, but the advert is this like lime green flashing that keeps making my eyes go. Oh! Okay. So I have 3 choices for you, dear friends. I have 3 choices. I can offer you The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow, although it is the very beginning of Hobbs Barrow and we have finished it, so you will have to be stumm. I can offer you Dishonored, a little bit of sneaky cheeky, or I can offer you a spot of Noita. What suits your fancy, dear friends? Lizzie, there is someone playing Dishonored. I'm trying not to be like, we should go play Dishonored. Wink! And they do have a dog in the background. Should we just go hang out with the dog? Because the thing is, I do love Hobbs Barrow, but like, we finished it, and it's hard to be sitting there and being like, wink. Okay. You know what? It's hard to say no to a sleepy dog. But Immortal then, like, if you haven't had the chance to play through Hobbs Barrow, you're in for a winner. So, okay. So I'm going to pass you all over to Sage Bell. Dog Honored, if you will. They're currently playing Dishonored 1. And it looks like they're quite early. We'll have to find out how far they're in and how much they've played when we get in there. And their dag is snoozing in the background and looking heckin' adorable. Which, like... Oh, actually, I think they're very early on. I think they're very early on. Okay. So that should be wonderful for timing. All right, friends. Let's go hang out with Sage. Thank you again for a fucking wonderful, wholesome day. Tomorrow will be a similar level of banter, probably less wholesome because Elden Ring brings out something dark inside of me. But we should definitely have a good time. So yeah, friends, until then, to be continued. I'm absolutely going to finish Botany Manor. Like, I'm not trying to get rid of you lot, but I'm like, if I throw the fucking longship out now, and if I stuff a burger in my cheeks, I'll probably get back to making plants real fast. I got that fucking edge for gardening. Let's fucking go! Last of the summer wine! The good place! Fucking plants!